This is a test. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Marcia,
Good evening.
I'm gonna be logging out and logging back in, and I just want to make sure my connection worked.
Yes, it does. Thank you for checking early.
Thank you. We'll be back soon.
Okay.
Marcia? Marcia, are you there?
Can you unmute number 9?
Um,
Yes, I'm here.
good, thank you. I have not gotten you sent me a reminder to ask you and I didn't do it soon enough. I got this meeting's invitation, but not the other one.
The link you're on right now will work for all of our meetings this evening. The closed session meeting, you're going to leave this meeting and then we will call you on your phone.
On my phone.
Correct.
Okay. Versus okay, great, fine.
Correct.
Easy. On my cell phone.
On your cell phone. Correct.
Yes. Awesome.
Okay.
As long as it doesn't last too long, I have enough charge. That's good.
Perfect. And we
Okay.
are streaming right now.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Marcia? Marcia? Marcia?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you
Huh.
hear me?
And I was trying to hook up my headphones because my little computer doesn't have great microphones, but it doesn't seem to be doing its thing. So I'll figure it out.
But you can hear me now.
Yeah, sort of. Yes.
Do you want me to try to help you hook up your headset?
Uh, oh, actually, maybe, hold on, let's see. Okay, now talk a little bit.
How about now?
Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, I can do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Since it's 5:31, we're gonna go ahead and unmute the microphones, which we will do. We're gonna control them from here. So if you can do 1, 2, 3,
5:30.
5. No. And then I need to start the recording before we start.
Okay, call a meeting to order.
Just one moment, I just need to start the recording. I will start it in one more place. Okay. And so we are ready.
Okay. Call a meeting to order and start with a roll call.
Director Danziger,
Here.
Director Hassler,
Here.
Director Jex,
Here.
Director Jorgens,
Here,
and Director Jorgens is attending by Zoom. And Director Romer is absent.
Okay,
is,
good.
is-
Start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You would like it to open it to the public for any comments they have in regards to the closed session items.
We do not have any attendees and we've not received any written public comment.
Okay, then we'll go directly into the closed session.
Can I just make one quick comment? Director Romer's father-in-law died about an hour and a half ago, and so I think that's what he's taking care of.
We leave these on all the time, just leave them on.
Yeah, everyone's microphone should be on now.
Okay. This is the regular meeting of the Financing Corporation. And we'll have a roll call. Call meeting to order.
One moment for me. The time is 6:18. Director Danziger,
Here.
Director Hassler,
Here.
Director Jex,
Here.
Director Jorgens,
Here.
and he's attending by Zoom, and Director Romer is absent.
We'll invite the public to, if there's any items not on the agenda.
We do have one attendee today. She has come early. Her comment is for the regular agenda for items not on the agenda, but she's requested if she could speak now. Would it be okay for her to go ahead and speak now?
I think that's fine.
We're in the.
Yeah, right. So we could, if you wanted to adjourn back to another, but I thought it was okay. Fine, just saying. I think it's fine.
Okay, fair enough. Please, thank you.
Correct. And your microphone should be on.
Oh, hello, everybody. My name is Michelle Jacobson, and I am representing a group called Orindans for Safe Emergency Evacuation. We formed right after the city council made the decision about Plan Orinda, the plan for the downtown and also housing in other areas of Orinda. We formed because we became very concerned about how the evacuation infrastructure was being considered in the whole process. It started with the way that the environmental impact report treated the issue. In the wildfire chapter of that document, they did not really study the evacuation in a case of a wildfire at all. They also did not identify any particular mitigations or alternatives that could be come up with in order to solve the problem of evacuation. And yet they came to the conclusion without the required basis that it was a significant and unavoidable impact, that the project, Plan Orinda, was a significant and unavoidable impact on the capability to have successful evacuation in the case of a wildfire. So it's a lot and not enough at the same time. It's a problem. And that got us confused. So then we started digging into the issue more, and we looked at the evacuation analysis that was prepared for the safety element. And that, it became increasingly evident, was lacking in many ways, but most particularly, it did not evaluate a wildfire evacuation. It evaluated a static fire evacuation, when you wouldn't need an evacuation, in fact. It also, the other big problem, and in that, they assumed that all of the evacuation routes were established. Any roads that would be used were clear, intersections were all clear, and nothing would change. And then they figured out how long it would take for people to get to State Route 24 in most cases. So but it did not consider wildfire that was moving, which is one of the major characteristics, as you know, of a wildfire. The other problem, major problem with it was they did not evaluate the impact that Plan Orinda would have on the evacuation by current population. They didn't assume any numbers of cars from that development, and there's 4,000 homes intended to be added. No, I'm sorry, 2,000 homes, 4,000 people. And that's in the downtown. Overall, it's 6,500 people. So it's a major increase in population to Orinda, which is now about 20,000. And yet they did not evaluate what the impact of that additional population would have on the ability of everybody to evacuate safely. So then, am I time up?
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, we've filed a lawsuit and we are pursuing it in order to get to the bottom of these issues. And I just wanted you all to know that this is ongoing. I may have spoken to a few of you on the phone. And I appreciate your help in any way. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you.
We do not have any more hands raised or received any written public comment.
Okay, then we will proceed with our agenda. The consent agenda, item 3.1, the minutes of the meeting. We have any question or comment in regards to that? If not, we'll entertain anything to approve.
I just want to say one thing about this. I mean, we're asking to approve something that minutes that occurred before any of us were on the board. And I just want to say that by voting to approve, I just want to state that I'm not making a personal eyewitness statement regarding this matter. And that I'm expressing my confidence in the former secretary of the board and the correctness of the minutes preparation process.
Yeah, and I'll just say for the record that because of course none of you were there at the time, that's precisely the meaning of the vote. It does not mean that you are approving what they did. You might have voted the other way, but you're simply saying you recognize that there was a secretary and it's signed by and that you're just, as you say, affirming that you believe this isn't a regular process.
We have a motion to approve the minutes, which is on the consent agenda.
I can motion to approve the minutes on the consent agenda.
And I would second.
Okay, roll call.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
Director Jex.
Aye. Move on to the regular agenda.
And we do not have any public comment on the minutes of the consent agenda.
Okay,
Item 4.1.
yes.
Good evening, directors. At the March board meeting, a board member requested a meeting of the Moraga-Orinda Fire Protection District Public Facilities Financing Corporation. In 2016, the Financing Corporation entered into a lease purchase agreement in the amount of $4,069,000 for the construction of Station 43 in Orinda. The outstanding balance for the debt is $2,350,000. This concludes the staff report.
Okay. No action taken. This is just strictly reporting.
Yes, sir. Just reporting as previously discussed. Obviously, the corporation continues to have liabilities that the district and the corporation are committed to paying. On the regular agenda meeting, there'll be an opportunity for the directors to express their position that the finance corporation should not be used to issue further debt, should they so choose.
Right.
And the meeting was held in response to the directors' concern that the finance corporation had not held a meeting. There is no additional business for the board to meet in that role.
All right. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
First, we need to invite public comment. We do not have any hands raised. And we've not received written public comment.
Okay,
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
roll call.
Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Wilmer. I'm sorry, he's absent. Director Jex.
Aye.
And the time is 6:26.
You guys hear the echo when I talk or not?
Yes.
That's not good. Maybe I'll call back in. Still hear it?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
yeah.
still hear it. So,
I'll call back in.
and then, yeah.
President Jackson, that was a sufficient meeting. I was in part of.
I know. It's like,
So you want to, well, Director Dorgan needs to leave the meeting and come back in, so because right now he's connected to two audios. So you want to leave the meeting, Director Dorgans, and then come back in? I don't think, he should not have. Yeah.
Do I still hear the echo?
no.
Oh, good.
That's good, yeah.
Okay, we'll convene the budget workshop, which was scheduled for this time. And we'll start with a roll call meeting to order.
Time is 6:28. Director Danziger,
Aye,
Director
I mean,
Hassler,
here, sorry.
Director Hassler, Director Jex,
Here,
Director Jorgens,
Here. Oh, great.
and if we can pause for just one moment.
I'm here.
He's not.
Oh, maybe that's what I need to do.
Oh, yeah, he's muted here. Is this his phone number? So we can promote him and then mute him here.
I think I got it fixed.
Make a comment? Director Jorgens, can you make a comment?
Did I get it fixed?
No, it's because
I
it's
see.
coming through your computer and your. You just remove him. Okay, can you make a comment, please?
Okay, now I think it's working better now.
Yes.
okay,
Right.
all right, we'll proceed with the agenda and invite any public comment that is not on the agenda.
Okay. So we do not have any hands raised or received any written public comment for items not on the agenda.
Okay, we'll then proceed with the special agenda item 3. It's a workshop.
Good evening, directors. A draft budget has been prepared. This is the first step in the public budget process. We'll wait for the slides here. So tonight is a public workshop to discuss the draft budget. Based on board direction in this workshop, the proposed budget will be brought back to the board in May for additional board input and public input. The budget is scheduled for adoption at the June board meeting. The latest date the board can adopt the budget is October. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. There we go. The draft budget includes general fund revenue of $34.7 million, general fund expenditures of $32.3 million, a transfer to the capital projects fund of $3 million, which would result in a budgeted general fund deficit of $533,000. Next slide. Total general fund revenue is projected to increase $618,000. Property tax revenue is projected to increase 5% based on estimates provided by HCL, which is our property tax revenue consultants. Ambulance revenue is projected to increase 3% based on a planned fee increase that will be brought to the board. Investment earnings are budgeted at $150,000, which is an increase, and that is due to recent board direction to invest beyond LAIF in fixed income government securities in order to take advantage of higher interest rates. Grant revenue has been removed from the general fund based on board direction. Finally, also based on board direction, strike team vehicle charges have been moved to the capital projects fund. This graph shows property tax revenue for the last 10 years. Total general fund expenditures are budgeted to be $32.3 million. Salaries and benefit expenditures are $28 million. This includes a July 1, 2023 salary increase of 5% per the MOUs and a mandatory Cicera rate increase of 10.4%. An OPEB contribution is included at the full annual required contribution of $43,000. A pension rate stabilization trust fund contribution is also included at the full amount of 1.6 million, which is using a 6.25% discount rate. Operating expenditures are projected to increase 12% to $4.3 million. In this graph, the blue line represents general fund revenue. The yellow column are expenditures and transfers out. You can see the last column of the graph, which represents the 2024 general fund expenditures, exceeds revenue by the deficit of $533,000. So there's two changes to note regarding authorized positions in the draft budget. The first is that fire prevention has proposed to add one office specialist position to support increased fire prevention activities. The second is that there are two fuels mitigation specialist positions that are funded by a grant from the state of California. These two positions have been moved out of the general fund into a new fund called the Fire Risk Reduction Grant Fund, which is on the consent calendar for the regular meeting tonight for the board to approve that new fund. The proposed budget includes safety roster strength of 57 positions and 4 safety management positions, which is the same as the current fiscal year. The proposed budget also continues 2 positions for the Tunnel East Bay Hills Fuel Break project. Both fuel break positions are limited duration and fully funded with grant money. The proposed budget also includes 5 full-time fuels mitigation specialist positions. 3 are funded in the general fund and 2 are funded for a limited duration in the new Fire Risk Reduction Grant Fund. Many of the district's expenditures are required based on contractual, operational, or legal requirements. The non-discretionary expenditures are detailed on the slide and total $28.4 million. Some expenditures are not mandatory, however, represent a continuation of effort. These expenditures are listed on this slide and total $3.8 million. The draft budget includes the capital projects fund expenditures, which are listed on the slide that total $9.4 million. The draft budget also includes a transfer out of the general fund into the capital projects fund of $3 million in order to pay cash for the Station 41 administration rebuild project. The capital projects fund projects a deficit of $5 million and available reserves at June 30, 2024 of $2.4 million. This is shown in a graph on the next slide. This graph shows reserves since 2014. You can see in the last column that based on the proposed budget, total reserves would decrease in 2024. The 2 yellow arrows draw attention to the capital projects fund reserve balance, which is represented by the yellow sections of the graph. The capital projects fund reserves would decrease in 2024, primarily due to the Station 41 administration rebuild project and the purchase of 2 Type 1 fire engines. You can see in the 2023 column, the district accumulated money in the capital projects fund reserve in order to pay for the Station 41 construction project, which has been planned for 2024. The green section of the graph in the general fund is general fund reserves, which would decrease $533,000 in 2024 based on the draft budget. The blue and red sections would increase, representing the 2024 contributions to the pension and OPEB trust funds. This is the last slide. Board direction is requested this evening regarding the draft budget, which will be brought back to the board at the May board meeting. Specifically, staff requests direction regarding the continuation of effort expenditures, as well as staffing, particularly the addition of the office specialist position in fire prevention, the capital projects fund expenditures, and any other draft budget changes the board would like implemented. This concludes the presentation.
Okay, open it for any questions or comments by other board members.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. For one, I wonder if somebody could just go down the list of the capital projects, the capital projects fund expenditures proposed, besides the administration building phase 2 amount. If you can just go down those five that are left and just explain what they are.
Yes, sir. So there are 2 type 1 fire engines, which obviously are more expensive than they once were.
Chief, can you turn on your microphone?
Yes, sir. So
That's much better.
2 type 1 fire engines at an estimated price of not estimated. We have a quote for $1.1 million. Delivery on those is 36 to 48 months. In the current environment, CAL FIRE just was quoted 48 months for the replacement tiller that was struck by the self-driving Tesla on Highway 24 a couple months ago. The SCBA's, we received a grant for a significant portion of that. Our frontline SCBA's are at the end of their service life, up for replacement, and I believe it was a $375,000 grant. We received to offset some of the cost of that. The station alerting system, currently we have legacy Zetrons that date to the early 90s. They are failing regionally, and everyone is upgrading them to a newer generation of alerting systems to replace the Zetrons. This is the price to do that. Our portable radios, which are the handheld.
We go back to the station alerting system. Is that like the speakers that are in the station?
Yes, sir. It's the ring down through which the crew is alerted to the need to respond to a call. The Zetron systems are obsolete, have been for most of my career, and are failing rapidly. Portable radios are, we use Motorola dual bands and 800s on the eBrick system. Those have planned obsolescence of both the radios and the consoles that enable the dispatchers to talk. Motorola has a 5 to 6 year life cycle on them before they require replacement with the newer generation. CAL FIRE and San Ramon have begun replacing theirs on a piecemeal basis. We recommend doing it at once so we don't have multiple versions of the radio in use. Then there becomes an interoperability and a training component about which radio you have, since the radios are assigned to the seat, not the member. So when a member works on in a different seat at a different station, they potentially could have a different model radio if we didn't replace them all at once.
I just ask you a question about, is the type of radio coordinated with CAL FIRE and other districts around? Do we all use the same ones, or it doesn't matter?
It does matter. We all use the same radio because
The same Motorola.
Yes, sir. The Motorola owns the ecosystem in this place. The console the dispatcher uses, the software that connects them all, and the portables that are carried and the mobiles that are mounted in the rigs. That is all a big interoperable circle. So whereby if we had something other, say the new Kenwood models, those are generally do not work inside the 800 megahertz trunk system that's a Motorola system. And then station 44, there's a need to replace the exterior lights. It's a small amount, but it's included as capital since it involves construction.
Okay.
So, Chief, so we have, $9.38 million. Is this how much we're putting into the fund, or is this how much is being spent by the fund?
So the proposed transfer from general fund to capital is listed at the bottom of the slide, sir, at $3 million. This is what we see coming out of capital. There's a question obviously having to do with timing. for Station 41 and the admin rebuild at 5.8. That's an estimate. Obviously, that estimate is not informed yet, as we have not made a decision on the location as far as where we're going to be carrying out construction and so forth, sir. But that, assuming that we're able to begin construction as we hope as planned on Station 41, the significant portion of that would be an outflow during this time.
So I get the idea that we're taking 3 million out of the general fund and putting it into the capital fund. I'm wondering how much is coming out of the capital fund.
Yes, sir. That's the anticipated 9.38.
So you're planning in 2024, you're going to spend roughly half the cost of our admin building? And we don't even have plans for it yet?
Yes, sir. There's an opportunity. Station 41 may slide. Obviously, that depends on, there are elements that are unclear. We're assuming that we are able to identify the site, develop the plans, and begin construction. Should that slide, it would roll over to the subsequent years.
And how about the fire engines? You pay 100% for them up front?
Yes, sir. If you
With a
don't,
4-year delivery time, you pay for it up front?
yes, sir. Given the rate of inflation for the cost of acquisition for firefighting apparatus, that would be a significant savings over paying cash on deliveries.
Okay. And what guarantee do we have this company doesn't go broke?
Pierce Manufacturing, sir, they're the exclusive provider for essentially for every fire department in the greater Bay Area. We could review the contract and get back to you with regard to what guarantees there are with regard to performance. But this is the established manufacturer for firefighting apparatus on the West Coast.
Well, I understand that, but that doesn't mean they'll go broke. So who's going to look at their balance sheet? We're going to give them, don't forget, we can't even invest in anything other than treasuries with our cash. And we're instead taking $2.2 million and giving it to a company. We haven't even looked at their balance sheet yet. So let's do a really good dive on how, are they a public company? How sound are they? What are they going to do with our money while they're sitting on it? That kind of thing. Because that's a lot, that's a huge percentage of our budget that for all we know, they declare bankruptcy and say, hey, we're still going to be flying engines. So by the way, your money's gone.
Yes, sir. And to clarify, the approval of the budget is not approval of the purchase. And
Well, but I understand that, but we're getting ready. It's the first big step to that. And somebody, before we decide that's who we're going to go with and give them money up front, which is pretty unusual. We may need to make sure how secure that $2.2 million really is in a company that, again, I don't know anything about them other than they make a lot of fire engines, but doesn't mean I assume they're making lots of money because they appear to be a one-stop, the only place you can buy them, but that doesn't always mean they make money.
yes, sir. We'll certainly provide more information regarding what guarantees there are and what recourse how we're protected against their potential failure to deliver down the road, sir.
On
Some things we need to zoom all the way in. I think it will capture your voice.
there. As I understand on the capital fund budget, there's an expectation that we start the year at 7 million plus and end the year at about 2.5 million or 2 million plus. So that's the $9 million that would be expended theoretically or rolled over into a subsequent year or subsequent period. So how firm is that 7 million, since we don't really have a fund balance reconciliation arriving at that? That's assuming that we start the year with 7 million in the capital fund.
The $7.4 million to start, that's projection at July 1 of 2023. And that is very solid projection because all the capital projects have been complete for the fiscal year 2023.
So in the 23 financial statements, we would have a beginning of that of 7 million, and that's pretty firm.
Correct.
Okay.
So Chief, I noticed that it said our operating budget went up like 12%. We could look back at the slide, 12.8 or something. So that's a lot. Inflation's been significant, but in general, inflation's been, like 6 or 7%, maybe in the worst case. So that's a big change.
Right. So that's in the operating expenses. So we can look. So one of the It's detailed in the budget. I would draw your attention to page 8 of the budget, which is in the board packet. So one of the large increases is professional services for the labor negotiations, because we're going into labor negotiations. So there's a $75,000 increase for that. Also, other significant increases, we projected an increase in outside attorneys of $50,000. Other significant increases, let's see, we have more professional services. Oh, the other big increase really, because the increase compares to what we spent this year to what we're going to budget for next year. And the biggest increase is in the home hardening grants. So in this year, we spent $60,000 in home hardening grants. And then next year, we're projecting $500,000 based on board direction. So that's the most significant increase, resulting in the 12% increase in operating expenses.
Okay. So it's relative to actuals, not budget.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Right. It's the next year's budget compared to what we are proposed, what we project that we are spending in this fiscal year.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have another question. Regarding the emergency preparedness position and CERT, it says on the expenditures of $287,937. Is that still a shared position?
No, sir. The city of Lafayette was previously, I think they paid 18,000 towards that position. They have repurposed those funds to John Cornell's position, who provides quite a bit of Moraga-Orinda wide services with regard to our backup radio system, our backup Wi-Fi and other things. So they pulled back their portion of the emergency preparedness. We no longer provide emergency preparedness to the services to the city of Lafayette. However, we do continue to sponsor Moraga-Orinda CERT through the fire district. Although the vast majority of their costs, the CERT costs exclusive of Dennis's time, is generated by water drum sales and other activities that CERT carries out. What we do get in exchange, or not in exchange so much, but what we benefit from John Cornell's position now is support for our backup radio system, specifically the repeated VHF and GMRS systems, as well as our new microwave-based backup Wi-Fi in the stations.
So to get that service from John Cornell, we're still providing the CERT training to Lafayette residents.
Yes.
And you feel that's a
Yes, right.
fair trade-off.
Yes, sir. I think there's an economy of scale as well, having that position resident within Lafayette PD, that by virtue of the good relationship and the years of mutual exchange of resources and so forth back and forth across the city border, they have a capability we do not have and that we have a need for. And it would be my sense that it was when they approached us with the idea that they would withdraw from funding Senator Dennis's position, our sense was that we gain outsized benefits by access to John Cornell's expertise, and that there is a logical connection of a Moraga-Orinda CERT that we're able to maintain at a relatively low cost. Dennis's role as emergency services or emergency preparedness manager is now limited to the fire district and support to the city and the town in that role. So we no longer provide that specific service to the city of Lafayette as we previously did.
Got it. Good. Okay. Thank you.
And what does the fire chief contingency cover? Just
Among other, it's kind of all of the above.
Everything?
Yes, sir. So this year, fire chief contingency paid for iPads and mounting brackets on our new apparatus that we didn't know, or new the utility trucks that we didn't know when they would come in. They came in. Also, as part of our migration to third-party support of our mobile devices, it was identified we had some legacy devices that were incompatible with mobile device management. And so rather than delaying that until next year, we purchased those out of fire chief contingency. And then today, which probably is one of the last purchases coming out of there today, it bought $1,400 worth of fire adapted community ambassador vests that we're issuing to the new registrants. So it's intended. It has been it was established in 2018, and it has been a good buffer for relatively minor unplanned things. And then on at least 2 occasions now, having to do with chip shortage and access to fleet vehicles, we've used it with board concurrence to make vehicle purchases because there was a target of opportunity to get an otherwise hard to obtain vehicle.
And has 100,000 been about the amount in the past? Okay.
I think it's a good number. I think 2 of the last 5 years, most of it has been turned back. In other years that there have been things that have come up that was operationally expedient to purchase at that time. And I think the number is right. And I think we've been good stewards of that money, turning back money that there was not an emergent need for.
The additional office specialist position. So would that make it 1.5 FTEs in?
No, sir. So currently, Mona is 0.5 FTE in
Right.
support of human resources and 0.5 FTE in support of fire prevention.
Okay.
In human resources, there continue to be between promotions, hirings, benefits, et cetera. There's quite a bit to be done. Christine does a great job, but the extra hands really help her be more responsive to both member needs and the organization's needs with regard to hiring and those sort of things. At the same time, due to the increase in the size of the prevention staff, you will recall that 5 years ago, we had a couple of part-time aides, a fire marshal and a part-time plans examiner. We now have a lot more resources, a lot more capacity, and that capacity, when fully employed, generates a lot of paperwork from everything from citation processing to mailing of notices and hearings and all those sort of things that we simply have not kept pace from an administrative standpoint to support the increased number of people in the field. So the recommendation is to create a new FTE in support of fire prevention. So an increase of a half FTE of what prevention has previously had, and then an increase in half in what human resources currently has. Because especially as we get into the busy time of the year, starting really right around now with our recent mailer, from now until about September, once we start our inspections in earnest, the workload of fire prevention spreads to where everyone, to include Marcia, who is supposed to be preparing for board meetings and carrying out other district secretary clerk tasks, are involved in the fire prevention side. And I think it's appropriate for our increased size. There's also an efficiency to having a dedicated person that this is what they do, which would, I think, would help increase the professionalism and the organization of our expanding fire prevention roles.
So you'd have 1 FTE in each one.
Yes, sir. That's obviously for the board's
Yeah.
consideration, but that's what we're proposing. And I think as I said, if you match the growth of the fire prevention division over the last 5 years, there was logically going to come a time that there was additional administrative support required. The other alternative, should this not be a position the board chose to fill, would be to pull back one of the fire prevention specialists and have them carrying out administrative functions in support of the other 4 who are in the field.
I do have some questions on those grant funded positions, but should I wait till later or is it appropriate?
Under fire prevention report, the fire chief will be the appropriate time.
Okay.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I have one more, I think. So it wasn't something you just covered, but it's in the budget document. So we have, each section of the budget has, fire prevention and all the different parts of the district under board of directors. I brought this up before, but this year I want to do it. So there's a description on page 19 of the board of directors, excuse me, the purpose and the standard level of performance and summaries. And so I'd like to revise that.
Sure.
And so I have some revisions here, but I'm not going to read those off to you today, but I would just like to just bring it to the attention of the other board members that at the next meeting in May, between this meeting and next meeting, I'm going to present that. I'll send that to you.
Sure.
Just some changes to the description here of what the board does, just to make it a little clearer and to add some things. And so I just want to, bring that to the board on page 19. If you can read that over, if anyone has any comments, because I will be submitting comments for the new budget.
Yes, sir. We can add that as an agenda item so the board can take discussion or can discuss, take comment, and then could vote to make that change. And then we can incorporate that in the revised budget document going forward.
Okay, good.
Okay, maybe I'll close it off. We got about 5 minutes or
You have another.
7, so we can stay on time. I had a little difficulty in doing a meaningful review on, and I'll explain why, is without a balance sheet, the impact of what's on the balance sheet is difficult to see whether that's reflective in the budget. But there's a number of items that I do have, questions, and again, I don't need an explanation now, but I think before we complete this process, I want to have a clear understanding as to how they're determined and what the risks are associated with certain items, and I'll go down them. On the retirement contribution, it went up 29% from 5.6 million to 7.3 million. I assume that's a firm number, or I'm assuming that's a firm number at this point.
Yes, sir. That's based on Cicera's revised calculations.
And I assume that was impacted partly by the poor performance over the last 4 years.
It's a combination of the they're not meeting their target over that time frame,
Right.
as well as their changed assumptions about future rate of return.
Right. The pension stabilization went down 26%, just as opposite of what I would assume.
The contribution to the pension stabilization trust fund, sir?
Right.
Yes, sir. That largely due to the narrowing of the delta between our assumed rate of return and Cicera's assumed rate of return.
That's something I need information and
Yes, sir.
understanding in terms of, like I said, the OPEB goes up 48%. And I assume that's a calculation. Health and life insurance goes up 14%. Workers' comp on the comp recovery goes down 57%. I assume that's contractual issues,
Yes, sir.
changes. Other specialty department expenses down by 72% from 493 down to 140. Anyway, the big issue that we've had still not resolved, at least to my satisfaction, in terms of what the impact will be on the unfunded pension liability once we get the information, and we got 2 years really that we don't have information, 22 and 23. I think I mentioned before, based on what I saw in the last CAFR, which is on 2021 in the balance sheet, is that we had an unfunded pension liability of 22,361,000 that is reflected in the deficit and equity in a sense. And a 1% change would boost that up to 51 million. We have the same kind of an issue on the OPEB fund as well, unfunded there of 13 million or 11 million going up to 13 million. A 1% change from 7 to 6 results in a 51 million. A 1%, if you look at it, 5%, another 30 million, and another 30 million if it's 4%. They don't even have those. And so until we get a real good handle in terms of what that is going to be and how it's determined and how we're going to be reporting that, those items have a dramatic impact, in my view, on the reasonability, the reasoning in terms of the assumptions we have not only here, but also in terms of the forward forecast in the future. The other things in the balance sheet, for example, on the OPEB deferred outflow, which will come into expense over a period of 4 years, is another 2 million. If you look at on the pension, the outflow is 14 million more. So those items that are in the balance sheet, but again, these are numbers that are old, but any change in assumptions that the actuaries make has a big impact in terms of the determination of what basically the outflow and inflows go, even though they're let in over a 4-year period. Number one, they're going to come in. And so until I get a real good handle that we have a real reasonable understanding, and at least on the board level, of the actuarial assumptions that we're making and how those are going to interpret into what we're going to be looking at over the next 2 years' reports, or historical reports, 23 and 22. It's really hard to interpret and see that, yeah, these things do make sense. I assume they are. I assume they probably will be, and I will be satisfied with them. But it comes down to the determination in terms of what we're going to be reporting and the risks associated with some of our assumptions long-term are going to be dramatically impacted by that number. And particularly if we're looking, as we talked about in the capital funding approval, which I support, that's an additional obligation that we're going to need to fund. So, and they're going to collide. So I think one of the things before we finalize budget, operating budget, I really would like to have even though it may be an unaudited complete balance sheet, but at least the skeleton of what we're going to be looking at. Because hopefully we'll have the 22 one soon, and 23 will be coming this fall.
So the Cicera report, so a couple of to bring to your attention is that the Cicera board sets the rates. So the budget is based on the rates that have already been set by Cicera for July 1, and they give us an 18-month lag. So the Cicera rates for this budget that are already set were based on the December 31, 2021 actuarial valuation. So then, because then there's an 18-month lag, so they go into effect July 1, 2023. So that's what's in this budget. So the Cicera numbers are solid for what the cost is going to be for fiscal year 2024. So then the next Cicera actuarial valuation is going to be effective December 31, 2022, but that won't come out. Usually it comes out in October. We'll probably see that in October. And again, we'll have that lag, that 18-month lag until those rates go into effect. So this is the latest, but these are the set rates for Cicera for this fiscal year. And so then also the balance sheet, in the last board packet, there was the balance sheet as of March 31, 2023, that came into actually that's in the April, it's in the consent agenda. So we have the updated balance sheet by fund as of March 31, 2023.
That's not a balance sheet. I'm looking at the information relative, like I say here on the actuarial information. Those we have not seen since 21.
Right,
And
that will
so-
come in October.
And the assumptions that they've made in doing that, every indication of what they've already reported would indicate to me that we potentially might be looking at $111 million unfunded pension liability. It may be that Cirrus chooses not to bill what they should be probably billing to cover their obligations on the pension. We can't control that, but they may be underfunding. And if they are underfunding, then at least we need to know that that's a risk that eventually comes into us. It may be 3 years, 4 years, 5 years down but it'll be answered.
Yes, sir. They will use smoothing as they do by policy, and then we'll see those in two places. We'll see them in our regular pension contribution, which it's reasonable to anticipate after essentially a minus 18. They thought they were going to perform +7, they perform -10.9. So it's reasonable that we will see a smoothed in steady increase in our regular, and we will very likely also see an increase in our UAAL contribution as they make up for the delayed cost associated with the delay associated with smoothing.
Yeah.
So I thought we asked for all this in the long range financial last time we brought up the same kinds of concerns and asked for it in the long range financial forecast, because Glorianne's right. Sure, we know what the number is for 2024 that we get that's what they're going to send us a bill for, but that doesn't mean that's what that doesn't necessarily reflect what has happened since 18 months ago when they forecast it. They're sending us a delayed bill. Well, that's fine, and it's a bill with certainty. What we don't know is what's going to happen the year. Well, what we have a pretty good idea about, but we don't know for certain. It's what's going to happen the next 2 years when reality catches up with them, and they've been during a good market, they were doing poorly, and now during a poor market, they're probably going to continue to do poorly, and we're going to get much bigger bad numbers going forward.
Yes, and that is when we get to the long range forecast in the regular meeting, then that will be covered. We do have updated projections from Cicera that take into account the negative 10.6% that they earned in 2022.
And we're getting that from GovInvest, I take it.
No, sir. We're getting that from Cicera and from their Siegel, from their actuaries that do their actuarial valuation. So Siegel and Cicera have published updated 5-year projections that I used in the long range forecast.
And that are based on numbers that are how current?
As of December 31, 2022, the investment return.
Well, they don't even know what their investment returns were as of 2022. I guarantee they don't know what a material percentage of their portfolio is, because it's all private equity, and they by definition don't have that data yet.
Anyway.
Nobody has that data.
I think really what I'm saying, at least from my standpoint, I need that information. That we're going to,
Before we can look at a budget, I guess is
How-
John's point, we need to put the budget in perspective relative to the long range financial forecast, basically, is the way to think about it. Except, if we have better assumptions in that document than we're getting from elsewhere.
Okay.
Because we're trying to forecast out what our cash needs are going to be. And I think the numbers that I'm going to guess, the numbers we're getting from Cicera are dated and optimistic, in other words. And the other, I think, in addition to that, I think somebody said at the last meeting, Chief, I think it might have been you, that, Cicera assumes, I think it's either a 3 or a 3.5% rate increase in salaries. And we know by definition, ours this year, for example, is way higher than that. And so how do they square that?
When we have an actual contract, they use actual numbers for the contract beyond the period which is under contract. Then, as does our long range financial forecast, they use 3% and march that up.
Okay, but today, I'm not sure that's what everybody would think was a reasonable expectation for what's going to happen in a few months. But I mean, we can hope that would happen, but.
see, I think another way of looking at it, in other words, if Cirrus determined that they added another 2 million to the fives, bringing it up to 734 this year for 24, they're probably not going to bill us more for 24, but 25, 26, 27. If that bill is going to be 10 million or 15 million to make up or recover what they haven't earned, they're going to have to, somehow they're going to have to become more realistic about what they either recover in terms of pension contract. And we need to know that or at least have some assumption about that. So when, from our purposes in planning, I think we would be derelict if we didn't. So.
Well, because this, remember, is what happened to this organization. I've only looked roughly at the history, but it seems to me that during the 2008 financial crisis, it didn't happen in 2008. That wasn't when the problem was. It happened a couple of years later when Cicera finally caught up and said, "Oh, by the way, we way underperformed, and now we're going to." And it seems to me the number was roughly double the contribution that we had to make to Cicera. And it, even though they feathered it in and did all their wonderful smoothing things, it was a huge number, and it made us have severe financial constraints. And I think that's quite possibly going to happen again.
You said the ramp from 2009 to 2012 was from approximately 26% to 71% for the employer contribution.
Right. Big money.
So- Any other comments or?
Would you like to open the public workshop? Take public comment?
Yes. Open it for public comment.
We had, is he local or anything? We have one hand raised and we have one public speaker. We will start with the hand raised. Local 1230.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I couldn't find a way to edit my name, but this is Dan Obana, local 1230 Moraga-Orinda representative. I just wanted to make a public comment about the pension stabilization fund. I'd like to start off by saying that having our pensions fully funded is both important to the solvency of the district and also to the to our firefighters who depend on and plan their life around the pensions. So I'd like to say that we're definitely not in opposition in making sure that our pensions are fully funded and well taken care of. But with that said, I do believe that there is a huge focus on putting away money for these, doomsday-ish type scenarios with our financial prudence, and we seem to be pulling away from attempting to provide the highest level of customer service to our citizens. And so I would just like to see a better balance within the pension stabilization fund and where we're spending money and how much we save and attempting to provide the highest level of service that we can. So I do have some questions and I'm going to kind of rattle them off so I can get them in within my 3 minutes and you guys can go ahead and answer them and can ask me if you need another thing. But Gloria, you had mentioned that, or it has been said that Cesara increased their rates by 10% for us for 2024, which I was looking for it. And I'm going to throw some numbers out there. I'm not trying to say things incorrectly. I'm just, I'm not trying to misspeak at all or do anything like that. But I think it was something around $900,000 was an increase in rate. I'd just like if there's some sort of clarification of what that actual increase was for 2024. And then as I hear you guys discuss and talk about, and we're talking about the pension rate stabilization fund, it says pension rate stabilization trust fund. Well, for our and then we have an increase coming in 2024, but there's no discussion of pulling from that fund to pay that increase in rate. It just seems to be coming off the backs of our general fund, which kind of is counterintuitive or doesn't make sense based off the name of the pension rate stabilization fund. Isn't it set up to design when Cesara increases our rates that we pull from this account so it doesn't affect our general fund? So there's some confusion there. It's a fund that I believe we have about $9.5 million in. So can, take care of this increase in rate. So I'm very confused in how this rate is, this fund is set up and designed. Is it designed to get us to try to get to fully funded? Is it actually designed to, when Cesara gets their numbers wrong and asks for more money from us, we have another separate account to pay for it? It seems confusing because I don't see it in action. I don't see it happening when we're given that exact situation that supposedly it was set up for. I'm curious if this board has an idea for the maximum that they want to have in this fund, because obviously if you get to a certain dollar amount, as the market goes up and down and interest rates and, it goes down, but it goes up, and the history of the stock market going up, you guys are going to know way better than I do, but, in order of 6 to 7%, with that gain, at some point, it's going to be self-fulfilling into getting us to reach fully funded and to have enough that the interest alone can help us mitigate any increase in costs from Cesara. So I'll end with just saying that the pension rate stabilization fund is prudent and it's good and we support it, but it needs guidance. It needs a policy. It needs to be set up in a way that not only this board knows exactly how it's going to be spent and what it's utilized for, but also the future boards. This current board might not be the same board it is 2 years, 4 years, 10 years from now. And guidance needs to be given to the future board. So I encourage you to please create a policy and guidance for the pension rate stabilization fund. Thank you.
Let me just respond a little bit to, I think, the two questions. The actual increase in the pension fund contribution was $1.8 million, 29%, not 10. The pension stabilization fund went down 26% in the budget from $2,108,000 to $1,567,000. Going back as to when the pension stabilization fund was set up, as we were looking at a substantial, in excess of probably at that time, it was probably $40-50 million unfunded pension liability. And we determined that it, in order to secure the money, if the funding agency wasn't doing it sufficiently, we would have sufficient funds in our capacity to make up the difference. So the stabilization fund was set up to basically fund over a period of time what the unfunded pension liability is. If it's gone up from 51 million or 22 million to 51 based on the last report, and it could be upwards of 100 million. That's a big thing to fund. And so that was what it was for. It wasn't to level out. Or if we had a real disaster and something happened in terms of revenue, that we couldn't fund the actual pension payment, like this year or next year's $7 million, we would have money to do that. We don't even have 1 year's funding in the pension stabilization fund. If we couldn't fund the pension or pay Cirrus 1 year, we don't have enough money to even do that. So it's not to level out our pension costs. It was basically done to help secure the pension obligation that we had committed to make.
I think
Can I still speak?
I agree with what John said, but I think maybe another, so I was around when we, started funding this. And as John said, it was set up not to help make, annual payments and smooth them out. That was absolutely not the concept. Cicera has for the last 20 some years systematically underestimated its liabilities and overestimated its assets. They're actually worse at the asset side than the liability side. And so because of that, they always undercharge their premiums for the services they provide. And therefore they end up with unfunded liabilities. And our idea was that the board's idea then, and it still is, was that we were setting up a parallel fund to Cicera that would have those assets in there, because we know they keep having a greater and greater unfunded liability as time goes on. And so we're building up our own ability to make sure that the payments can be funded going forward. And specifically though, if there are times like happened in, I don't know, roughly 2010, I don't remember the exact year, when there were severe revenue shortfalls and the pensions went up dramatically, we had to cut back on a lot of other services during that time and even have some, severe budget cuts. This would give us a fund to be able to, in those situations, be able to actually make the payments and not have to change our services too much, because we would have reserves specifically set aside to be able to smooth out those huge changes that might happen, to actually change our operating conditions rather than just our financial conditions.
We know if there's a policy
Hey,
when we use them. Is there a policy?
There's no written policy.
There's no policy governing the outflows of the pension stabilization trust fund.
We have one more hand raised. Jonathan Goodwin.
Hello there. Want to say that, having seen the turmoil and the stress that was the result of exactly what Mr. Jorgens just articulated, it's really something worth avoiding. And I think that the board, so I just want to articulate support for the board's sweating the details on this, because it's very disturbing when when your budget goes to zero. So I'm glad you guys are doing this, and On the other hand, I can see why people would have trouble understanding this, because if you don't know the history and you've got this fund that, you only put money into, there's no policy to release it. And of course you can just make a policy, but it's not apparent to people. And the way it looks to me is that you guys are doing, you're doing extra due diligence because of the profound incompetence of Cicera. At the same time, nobody really understands this. And I just offer the opinion that it would be perhaps to the public's benefit to actually spell this out, what the cycles have been and how it's affected the district and why this is important and why it's unusual. It's weird that you have to do this. And I don't think that's immediately apparent to people how unfit Cicera is for what they, for what they do. So the other thing I want to comment on was a comment made by the previous commenter about balancing concern for the budget with concerns for operational quality. And I want to second that. I really, I think you guys can do both. He put it in a kind of dichotomy or a trade-off sort of situation. That's how it feels to some people. But I think probably you could do both. You could actually pay attention to the quality of the services instead of just assuming that everything's okay, right? Just the way previous boards have assumed with the finances that everything was just okay. I could be wrong, but I think maybe you guys could do both. So thank you.
I'm a little insulted that people think we are not doing both, actually, because I clearly think I am doing both, and I think the whole board thinks we are doing both on a regular basis. That's part of why we're updating the standards of coverage. That's why we watch our balance sheet and our income statement on a regular basis, and our operations.
Sorry to interrupt. It was not my intention to insult, and I just a point of interest, and I mean to say more about this during the regular meeting, and it'll become more clear. So I would just ask to, give me a chance when that comes up.
Any other
Yes.
commenters?
We have an in-person speaker, Jacob Arola. No.
Good evening, directors. My name is Jacob Arola, International Association Firefighters Local 1230 representative. I'm speaking today on the discretionary spending related to the home hardening grant. The firefighters support the NFPA affiliated Firewise program and recognize that preparing for wildland fires that will decrease the loss of life and property during a potential large-scale fire. At the same time, these efforts improve suppression responses and with better access and more defendable structures. Yeah, the 500,000, that's what I'm referring to. The development of the Orinda Firewise or Fire Safe Council program that's going to write and obtain and distribute grants to our community is a great idea. However, the district should not be providing these grants with tax dollars designated to MOFD for the following reasons. Providing grants with MOFD tax dollars could be seen as an appropriation of public funds for private use. The type of grant funding could also be seen as unfair to taxpayers who may not be eligible to receive the same benefits. And as I've mentioned before, this is one of the most affluent communities in the county, if not the state, and should not be subsidized with MOFD tax dollars. And lastly, and maybe the most important, our mission statement is with pride and professionalism, the Moraga-Orinda Fire District will provide the highest level of emergency and public services in response to the needs of our community. To fund a grant to improve individual homes while denying the highest level of service to the community at large goes against the mission of the district. If the board decides to continue with this path of using tax dollars in this manner, we ask that there is a clear use of these funds. Last year, $500,000 was designated for ember-resistant screens, and of that, less than $50,000 was realized. A total of $75,000 spent. We asked that you please indicate exactly how this grant will be used to justify such a large expenditure. Thank you.
We do not have any more hands raised. And we've not received written public comment.
Okay, I think we can then close the workshop. Want to take a break before?
We have to have a motion to close it, or
Yes, we need to have a motion to adjourn.
I motion we adjourn the workshop.
Second,
Do the roll call.
Director Danziger.
aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
And Director Jex.
Aye.
Adjourn 7:28.
We go back into the reconvene our regular meeting.
Correct. So we will now reconvene the regular board meeting.
Okay, I take any comments from
We will just need to do a quick roll call for the minutes. Director Danziger,
Here.
Director Hassler.
Here.
Director Jex,
here?
Director Jorgens,
Here.
attending by Zoom. Director Romer is absent.
There's nothing to report from the closed session of the that we held earlier. So we'll invite any public comments for items not on the agenda.
We have two comments. We have one hand raised. Jonathan Goodwin.
Good evening to everyone. I just wanted to go back for a moment to last month's meeting, and there was an item on there about possibly giving preference rather to local applicants for firefighter, whatever positions. And I thought that was a great idea. But I think it's really cool that, for instance, Mark DeWeese went to when he was a little boy, went to the Montessori school by the Moraga Commons, and that he, coaches at the local high school and all that stuff. And I think the more of that, the better. But we were told that was no longer being considered because the item was at the because council said not to in closed session. I looked, and that wasn't a closed session item, at least for this year, previous meetings, which is interesting. The comment I wanted to make on that was not so much on the policy, but on the idea of discussing things in closed session that should be public policy and not discussing them in open session. Maybe it was an oversight or something, but my feeling is that this stuff should be done very cautiously, very carefully, because there's no privacy concerns with, why is it confidential? This policy discussion confidential? It should be an open policy decision whether or not to have give preference this way. There might be some element of it that is, that was some instance happened and we can't discuss this in open session. Well, that should be discussed in closed session, but not the policy itself. And going forward, I would just ask directors to be judicious and careful about this, that you use that privilege of having these confidential conversations in confidence, and not use it to, intentionally or unintentionally make what should be public policy in private. I think it's an important.
Jonathan, I hate to interrupt, but
I'm-
it was not discussed in closed session.
Okay.
So I don't mean to cut you off, but it would not have been appropriate basis. There's no threat of litigation. It would not fall under.
You said that, is this who's speaking?
This is John Holtzman, District Counsel.
Your name's not, I thought I recognized your voice. It's not coming up on the computer.
Let me be clear.
You said that you gave advice to the board in closed session not to pursue this policy. That's the way I understood it.
That's not correct. I did give privileged advice to the board in writing, but I did not, or actually I think to the district in writing, not the board, to be clear. And I think that the chief conveyed that I had advised, which is correct, because I did advise them in writing as to what the concerns were, but not in closed session.
Okay, but it's still, does the point stand then that it's a public policy that should be made in public, not in private, or am I misconstruing that?
Well, the policy is absolutely a public policy. The legal advice is confidential legal advice.
Yes, okay, well, I mean, I don't want to take up everybody's time, but I don't understand how you can have confidential legal advice about a public policy. Is there, can you explain that in a few words?
Part of the role of district counsel is to give confidential legal advice. I do advise the district on an ongoing basis, not the board. For me to talk with the board is a little more complicated because that is a closed session issue. But this was advice, and again, literally on a daily basis, I'm asked to give advice on various issues.
Oh, for the record, I still find that confusing, but I'll let it go. Thank you.
Appreciate your comment, Jonathan. Okay,
And our in-person comment, Jacob Arola, representing local 1230.
Good evening, Jacob Rowland. Is it on?
Is the microphone?
Thanks. Okay, couldn't hear myself. Representative Local 1230. This comment is related to another closed session issue from last meeting. We, the firefighters, are disappointed in the board's actions last month when they decided to take a public matter related to service levels and staffing of the MFD and change direction from the previous board in a closed session meeting. While it may be legal, it is certainly not the most transparent and fair way to handle matters that affect all MOFD stakeholders. We ask that the board reconsider public votes to occur after discussion and input from the community. Thank you.
We do not have any more comment, and we've not received written public comment.
okay. Move on to item 7.
7.1, the administrative citation hearing for 1928 St. Mary's Road.
Good evening, directors. A member of District Council's office will be presenting the discussion of the administrative citation specific to property at 1928 St. Mary's Road.
Why don't you go up and there, I think it's the way the camera is set up. So I read the staff report.
And on the screen, I've just displayed the Board of Appeal hearing procedures. Go through them one at a time.
So the first issue, I'll help here. So the first issue is for the board members to disclose any ex-parte communications they have with the complainant, which in this case would be St. Mary's, related to this matter. I'm assuming none, but I just, that's the,
None of the
okay, so second staff report.
Do I read this staff report? How are you like
Yeah.
to proceed?
Yeah, read the staff report, it's fine.
All right. I'll start. In accordance with MOFD Administrative Citation Ordinance 21-01, person who receives an administrative citation may contest the citation on the basis that there was no violation or that he or she is not the responsible person or may seek a reduction in the amount of a fine imposed for repeat violation on the grounds that he or she made a bona fide effort to comply with the first violation and that payment of the full amount of the fine would impose an undue financial burden. To contest the administrative citation or seek a reduction of the fine imposed for a repeat violation, the person shall submit a request for a hearing to the district clerk within 30 days of the administrative citation. So that's why we're here. It's at St. Mary's College. At St. Mary's College is contesting a citation it received. The citation stems from an incident on March 19th. At 2:38 a.m., St. Mary's staff contacted Bay Alarm and instructed Bay Alarm to place a portion of the fire protection system. A portion of the fire protection system for Mitty Hall, which is a dormitory building, offline. The required notification to the fire code official did not occur following this action, and this is the basis for the citation. So I'll start by reading the code provision. Where a required fire protection system is out of service, the fire department, the fire code official, shall be notified immediately. And where required by the fire code official, the building shall be either evacuated or an approved fire watch shall be provided for all occupants left unprotected by the shutdown until the fire protection system has been returned to service. So that's the code section that created this or that led to the citation, or that has been alleged to be violated. So incident details. MOFD responded to a fire at St. Mary's College at 3:10 a.m. There was a fire. While on site, following up on around as a result of that fire, the fire alarm system for the dormitory was placed offline and a fire watch was imposed. At 8:30 a.m., so roughly 6 hours later, MOFD crews who were on site learned that the fire alarm system for another dormitory, Mitty Hall, had been taken offline. MOFD staff confirmed with Bay Alarm that this had occurred and that the system had been taken offline at 2:38 a.m. That is what led to the citation. SMC did not notify MOFD before it took Mitty Hall, which is the dormitory fire protection system, offline. I think that's a fair summary of the staff report.
Okay. Any questions, board questions?
So there was a fire at a different dorm. At the same time, the alarm was offline at the other dorm. Is that, I'm just.
So at 2:38 a.m.
Yeah.
A fire alarm at a dorm, Mitty Hall, was taken offline.
Okay.
At 3:10 a.m., there was a fire at a different dorm, which required MOFD to respond.
Okay.
And just to be clear, the entire system wasn't taken offline. It's one zone of the system, zone 14, but it's still modified. This had the effect of modifying the system.
When you say one zone, meaning one zone that was that dorm or one zone in that dorm?
It's one zone in that dorm.
But, and was it just wondering, was it a fire that actually was a fire, or was it a fire alarm, a false alarm that we responded to?
It wasn't the fire, sir. It was the alteration of the system apparently due to tampering as by residents of the dorm.
But what we were responding to was.
I'm sorry, two different, yes, sir. There was an actual fire that resulted in 2 sprinkler heads being activated in a dormitory that is not subject to the citation. That's what caused MOFD crews to be on scene, where they learned that a different system had been taken out of service in response to what appears to have been tampering by residents with the fire protection system.
But I guess to me, the extra interesting thing is there was actually a fire. So to sort of accentuate the issue, there was actually a fire that occurred during this time, which is why you have fire alarms.
Exactly.
It wasn't just a random time that it was out. It was out at a time that actually was risky because there was actually a fire. It's always risky, I guess.
But it went offline because of tampering, not.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
but
It's in a
University
separate-
did not actively take it down.
Yes.
It was tampering.
Well, to be clear, it was, St. Mary's believes it was tampered with, but they are the ones that chose to take it offline. They directed the fire alarm company to take that, I assume what it was alarming was the problem, probably, I don't know, but they directed Bay Alarm to take that alarm offline.
So it didn't go offline because of tampering.
That's right. It was taken
Direction.
offline allegedly, according to the college, because it had been tampered with.
And they called the alarm company
Yeah,
to
that's exactly.
proactively have it taken down.
Precisely. So they directed and the point here is that, they directed that to occur. The statute makes it clear that any modification of the system and change of the system, they need to notify the fire chief. The fire chief can direct that a fire watch be posted or not, or that the dorm be evacuated. And the chief wasn't given the opportunity to do that because we weren't notified.
So at just thinking about it, at 2:38 a.m. they would have called dispatch, probably 911 or.
There are a variety of mechanisms, yes, sir. But the calling dispatch would certainly suffice. Dispatch would then notify the on-duty battalion chief, who would then make a determination about whether I would be notified, at which point the fire code official or his designee could decide whether or not, as district council reference, whether a fire watch would be required to be posted, whether the building would require to be evacuated, or other mechanisms be put in place to mitigate the risk of an occupied dormitory having a fire protection system that had been altered or taken out of service.
So there was a period of approximately 6 hours till we found out. Till the next morning.
Yes,
till
sir.
8 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir. And then the information was exchanged in a happenstance conversation that was precipitated by the fact that we had crews on scene dealing with the aftermath of the fire in a separate dormitory.
Okay.
So that it was not clear that the notification would have occurred were it not for our folks having been on scene.
And I would add that how that happened was for the dorm where there was a fire watch in St. Mary's College was having trouble keeping that fire watch because they had another fire watch going on at the second building, the building where they had taken the system offline.
Any other board questions? Not, we'll move on to open the public portion of the hearing.
The
And-
first public portion, and then the next will be the appellant's opportunity to proceed. The first question is there any public comment?
We do not have any public comment.
Okay, is the appellant on screen? Oh, I'm sorry, he's right there. Not on screen, he's right here with us. Would you like to proceed?
Thank you. Good evening, board. My name is Manjeet Sapal, and I'm the campus security director for St. Mary's College. Actually learned a little bit more about the logic behind the issuance of the citation today. I'm just going to provide a brief overview of what occurred on March 19th for context. So there was a fire in one of the residential halls. We determined later on that the fire appeared to have started at a dryer, and someone more than likely a student picked up whatever was smoldering, put it in a garbage can, and that eventually caught on fire. So MOFD to respond and contain that area. About an hour prior to that, we at the time did not know why, but we kept receiving false alarms from room 115 in Midi Hall. The supervisor on duty at the time elected to call Bay Alarm and have that one room removed from the fire protection zone. We did not make a notification to MOFD. I'm not going to contest that portion of the citation. We absolutely should have. We weren't aware that we were required to until later on. Fast forward, we learned that the whole issue with that alarm was more than likely students that were tampering with the device, trying to remove it, more than likely to do something in the room that they shouldn't be doing. But at that point, when that room was taken offline, we did provide a fire watch to that building. That room was not occupied. We made sure it was not occupied. There are no stoves in those individual units. There's a common area with cooking. We banned all cooking and had a fire watch in place. So we're not contesting that the notification wasn't made in a timely manner. Absolutely, we did not do that, and we apologize, and that won't happen again. But the citation itself indicates that we did not provide a fire watch to the building, and we did. So there's no fine associated with this. Really, the purpose for us contesting this today is we just don't want it on a file. So that if there's an issue later on, we do have some issues with fire alarms on campus. I'll probably be coming back here for some of the invoices that we received because of those nuisance alarms. Some of them are because of aging infrastructure that needs to be replaced, which we're working on. And the other part of it is really a challenge. It's a behavioral issue with students. Some can't cook. They're on their own for the first time. They burn things, and that sets off the alarm. So we've got to do kind of a full scope analysis throughout the entire campus to make some upgrades and then work on education. And that's got to be done every semester because we have new students coming in and out. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Board questions for the appellant?
So was the fire watch started as soon as when you called Bay Alarm, a fire watch was started for the dorm?
That's
Or was
correct.
taken offline
It was actually for the building.
for the entire building?
The entire building. Not really sure whether the fire code, it's very complicated and I think subject to interpretation by the fire chief and his staff. I'm not sure if we were required to provide one for the entire building or just that room, but we did provide one for the building.
So just one room was taken offline?
Correct. That system is not on a loop system, so the alarms are not interconnected.
Okay,
And so we were able to remove that one room, ensure it was not occupied.
but the
and-
entire building was put on fire watch regardless?
Correct.
Well, how did the district get notified? If they didn't.
Correct, sir. Via a happenstance conversation for the on-duty BC was following up with regard to the fire watch that had been directed for the building that had the fire. And when he asked about challenges that it appeared they were having standing the fire watch, the staff member said, well, it's because we have another building that's in fire watch, which then precipitated the question of, well, what other buildings in fire watch and who was notified?
So we wouldn't have known ahead,
That's correct.
right? Okay.
And the policy is when you have a fire watch, you notify?
No, sir.
No, it's, okay.
If I may, from 9017, systems out of service, where a required fire protection system is out of service, the fire department and the fire code official shall be notified immediately. That's the basis of the citation tonight, sir.
Was, to your knowledge, is this the first time this has occurred at St. Mary's?
I don't know, sir.
But did you recall that something like this before or?
So I've only been there 4 months.
Okay.
My guess is.
Not in 4 months.
Not, well, so to be quite candid, we weren't aware of the requirement.
Oh.
And so more than likely, we have not been making those notifications and had not been making the notifications. We are now. We actually took a building offline 2 or 3 weeks ago. We made the appropriate notification at the time. I think that's part of the other challenge. I think we recently received another letter from MOFD sort of outlining all the requirements that campuses have, colleges and universities in the state of California pursuant to the fire code. And part of the challenge is That information probably should have been shared a long time ago because we're not aware of it and we're out of compliance in a variety of different areas. So we're going to work on making those improvements. And that's a whole separate conversation, but we were not aware of some of those requirements.
And I guess it's an interesting challenge, you know, when you run an organization where you have, whether it's a hotel or a dormitory or a college or whatever, you have responsibilities to make sure your people are safe and probably to be knowledgeable about the appropriate rules and regulations, whether it's laws or fire codes or whatever. So I guess that seems incumbent on the place providing those services of those facilities to me.
I think that's probably a fair point. But I also think, you know, I spent 26 years as a police officer and I retired as a police chief locally. And in my experience, you know, most organizations aren't always aware of those things, and we have to rely on our public safety partners to help educate us with those issues. You know, this conversation probably should have happened a long time ago. It didn't. And, you know, I'll take responsibility for it. We can't undo it and can't fix what's happened in the past. We can move forward and try to remedy the issues now.
Okay, any public comment?
We have one hand raised. Jonathan Goodwin.
There have been, you know, periodic problems over the years at St. Mary's due to just what was spoken about. You know, you get a lot of concentration of young people away from home at the same time. Of course, I never did anything naughty when I was young, but I understand that some other people do that. That was tongue in cheek, by the way. It seems to me that because it's a systemic problem to some degree, maybe not this exact item, but if the district, you know, agreed to, it'd be an opportunity for the district to possibly have a little leverage by waiving the citation and engaging in some kind of joint collaborative agreement that would be productive going forward. I think that would be really helpful. And I would suggest that one thing the district might suggest is that incoming freshmen be required to take a cooking class. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
We do not have any more public comment.
Okay, then we'll move on to rebuttal by staff.
So I'd just like to explain the purpose behind the regulation a bit. The fire department and the fire marshal are responsible for ensuring that buildings are fire safe for occupants. When a system is compromised, they must determine how it should be handled so that occupants' lives are not endangered. This is especially true for high hazard buildings, such as dorms, where numerous young people live. If the fire department and fire marshal are not notified when a system is out of service, they cannot perform this function. Regarding this situation, I think it's important to observe that under the regulation, the fire marshal and the fire department decide whether fire watch should go into effect. So it could be that if MOFD had been notified about this first building where the alarm was tampered, they would not have ordered a fire watch. And then for the second building where there was a fire, there could have been a full fire watch at that building. So I think it's important to see how that comes into play. That's all I have for now.
Okay. Rebuttal.
Thank you. Again, we're not going to contest that we didn't make the timely notification as we were required to. I think maybe this is confusion on my part because the citation lists an excerpt of California Fire Code 901.7 And it not only mentions that there's a requirement to notify the fire department, fire district immediately, but it mentions that the building needs to be evacuated or a fire watch provided. My understanding in reading this was that we were being issued a citation for really two things. One was failure to notify in a timely manner, and the second for not providing a fire watch. We're not contesting that we didn't make a timely notification. As I mentioned, that's not going to happen again, but we did, take on the responsibility to ensure the safety of the residents of that building by providing a fire watch. We didn't blindly ignore it. My understanding is we've been providing fire watches for a very, very long time. But the campus, the college was not aware that we needed to make a notification, and that discretion rests with the fire chief or his or her designee. Now we're aware of that, and perhaps in Midi Hall, we would not have had to expend the resources doing a fire watch that evening, depending on the circumstances, because just one move mistaken off the line. But we did fulfill our obligation in that regard. So if this citation is just for the timely notification, then I'm going to withdraw our objection and the appeal. But because of the way the citation was worded, it appears that we were in violation of both, and that was not the case.
Any questions, the appellant? Questions on staff?
I have one. So Chief, is it possible to make sure to clarify the citation to make sure that it only reflects the fact that they didn't make that phone call?
Well, if I may, sir, the full section was cited just because that's how the fire code is written. And so as it was being written, it seemed awkward to cut out a portion of the section. But I will note that there's a fundamental misunderstanding of the fire code, which is that the owner of or the occupant or a person who owns or controls property is not authorized, does not have the discretion underneath the fire code to arrive at compliance through alternate means. And so the requirement to post a fire watch is intrinsically linked to the requirement to notify the fire code official so that that fire code official may make the determination about when it is required. The citation in this case stems directly from the failure to notify. And as was referenced, in the interest of ensuring that this is understood and that there are not future occurrences and avoiding it being punitive, there was no fine attached. So it is strictly a record of what occurred to help ensure there are not future occurrences. In this case, as I say, that all of the citation stems from the failure to notify, and everything else is part of that section 9017, but the violation itself stems from the failure to notify.
I think that assuming, as I understand it, that St. Mary's has withdrawn its appeal with respect to that issue, I think that the motion could be very specific here, though, which is to say that the citation is upheld as to the failure to notify the fire chief.
That would make sense to me. That way they can have that in their record too. I mean, if they have the minutes of our meeting.
Okay, we'll close the public portion of the hearing.
So personally, I would be supportive of doing what our outside counsel just recommended.
I agree.
I'd second it.
I would too, but I just want to commend St. Mary's at least for putting on the fire watch when that went offline. So
do we need a motion?
Was that a motion from Director Jorgen?
So I'll make a motion that we
Okay.
approve the language that was proposed by our outside counsel.
If I may just point the directors to resolution 20-309, which is included in the packet, where the operative language of the resolution is the third from last, whereas such required notification did not occur. The resolution in its current form makes very clear that the citation is for the failure to notify.
Okay. Well, then I'll propose that we approve that. We don't have it up here, so I can't quote the number, but if it was on the-
23-09.
Okay, so I'll move that we approve motion 2309.
Second.
Roll call.
Director Danziger?
Aye.
Director Hassler?
Aye.
Director Jorgens?
Aye.
Director Jex?
Aye. Passes.
Thank you for coming. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Go Gales.
We move on to the item 8, announcements.
Brief information only reports related to meetings attended by Director at District Expense.
None.
Questions and informational comments from board members and staff? None.
None.
Communications received.
We see included in the packet, there's correspondence from Jonathan Goodwin, the Oakland Fire Safe Council, and then a very nice thank you card from the third graders at Reunion Elementary. And lastly, a request on the behalf of the owner of a property on Ray Drive that because the property is undevelopable, the city should assume the responsibility for the mitigation of fire hazards that seasonal and recurrent weeds that are on the property. That property has previously been cited on numerous occasions in the past for failure to comply with the district's either field break or exterior hazard abatement standards.
On
Fire-
item 2. Can we go to item 2? Letter,
I think we're already up to item 4, 8-4.
Oh, the letter from the Oakland Fire Safe Council.
yes,
Okay.
that was an item that we had discussed.
Yes, sir. So the board could discuss that at this time. If the discussion has to do with the request for a future agenda item, sir, it'd be appropriate to do that at the end of the meeting when we get
At the end of the
future
meeting.
agenda items. Yeah.
Okay.
Fire chief updates.
All right, start with finance report, Mary.
Good evening, directors. I have a brief finance report. First to start with the strike team reimbursement. I'll wait for this slide. The OES strike team receivable to date is estimated at $1,073,000. We've received $1,006,000 in payments, so we have a net receivable outstanding of $66,979. The remaining outstanding receivable is for flood preposition assignments that our firefighters went on in January and March. And we are waiting invoices from OES and payment for those assignments. Next slide, please. Other items, the fiscal year 2022 audit. The audit is in process and a draft audit report is expected this week. The PARS OPEB contributions that were previously approved by the board were made on March 3rd. The pension contribution was $2,362,470 and the OPEB contribution was $303,906. In regards to county investment, the district invested $3 million from LAIF into a 3-month treasurer bill on March 27th, 2023, with a yield of 4.727. The T-bill matures in June 22nd, and the cost was $2,966,577.50.
And of note, directors, in LAIF, those same funds were earning 2.7, so we were able to increase the return by 2%. This is following comments made by the directors at the last meeting regarding seeking better returns in the current environment. We reviewed the district's investment policy, where staff is authorized to make investments as long as it conforms with a number of elements designed, and there's some restricted vehicles in which it can be invested. utilizing the county treasury to make purchases in treasury bills with a 3-month return. We identified that as an area that is conforming with the district's investment policy, will yield additional returns beyond the 2%. And should the board be generally supportive of that, we just received our latest infusion of our true up, if you will, of property tax funds. The low point in funds on hand over the next 90 days or so is going to be $8 million. And there would be an additional opportunity to invest some percentage of that in T-bills via the county treasury. Obviously, those can be liquidated, but it would not be, it is contrary to the district's investment policy that they be invested in a vehicle that we knew we would liquidate prior to the maturity. So we would recommend, interested in the board's feedback on that, and we would recommend setting a percentage of the low point during the period, the 90-day period. In this case, it said $8 million is the projected low point in the next several months. Some percentage of that could be invested in an additional purchase of T-bills to increase our return. We would not recommend, obviously, investing the full amount, which would bring us the close, say, any early season wildfire or something that could increase our outflows beyond projections. It would bring us close to the point of having to liquidate a security prior to its maturity.
What's the return these days on 1-month T-bills?
The return is significantly lower on the 30-day version.
Well, it's not 2%.
Yes, sir.
Is it?
I don't know what it is.
I don't think it is significantly lower. So I guess I would say, why not invest in things? First off, I didn't realize we had a policy not to sell things that weren't at their maturity, since we don't have anything that we've never had anything that had a maturity, and that I know of. And I would say, as long as it's earning more than 2%, we ought to think about what the shorter term things we could invest in, and invest, a fair amount of money in those things. It's just free money.
Yes, sir. So we're looking for the ordinance or the policy provides ample guidance, but this is something we have not done before. So I'm looking for any understood and received your input, sir. Looking for any other direction the board might choose to provide that could help shape our investments in accordance with within the bounds provided for by our existing investment policy.
One question, the $8 million, does that include the $3 million that are already invested, or is it?
Yes.
So we've already invested, we have 5 million uninvested.
No, we've only invested $3 million in
Out of
one
the 8,
T-bill.
out of the 8 that we have at the low point.
So you have an additional 5 million.
You have an additional 5 million to invest because we've already invested 3.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Right. And we've already moved it all in LAIF. So it's sitting in LAIF. Mary moved it there today.
It's all
So
in
it's
LAIF,
all in LAIF at this point, right?
but
So
3 of
then
it is
3
in
million,
T.
right? We exactly could put into buy another T-bill.
So the next largest expenditure normally historically would be 1st of September. Isn't that when the pension?
No, it's actually in July, the end of July, July 31. And
July
so-
3rd, July 1st, I thought.
No, July 3rd. So we have to prepay the Cesara by the end July 31. So that, right. So this would mature prior to that. So I
Prior to that.
accounted for all that. right?
Okay.
So 3 months earn 3.69%, which is, a lot more than 2%. So why don't we just buy some other 1-month things that, kind of follow? It's fine to leave some extra, but 1-month T-bills don't change very much. If you happen to need to sell them because something happened, it isn't, you're not going to lose money.
So I requested a rate indication from Contra Costa County Treasurer's Office on yesterday. And so the shortest one that they quoted me was a 3-month T-bill. So I don't think a 1-month T-bill is an option through the Contra Costa County Treasury.
So 3 months will work for us, though, right?
Correct. It would mature, this one matures on July 20, 2023. So they both will have matured by July 20, by the end of July, when we have to make that
When you
next,
make the
that's the
large
Cesara check.
pension payment.
Exactly.
Why can't they buy 1 month?
I don't know. I haven't asked, but they didn't give me any rate indications for 1 month. So that's why I don't think it's an option.
But the 3 sounds good. I think
Yeah.
I think that I would approve that,
Well,
of
but-
that direction.
Well, the 3 month is fine, but you're not earning it on all of the money you could. Because you're you're leaving a big buffer at the beginning and not, you know, in a normal buffer at the end. So you could buy, you know, several $1 million more. And I mean, it's not a huge amount of money, but it's all just money.
Yes, sir. We'll follow up the county treasury to find out if there are shorter maturities available.
But it seems like we should invest more than the 3 million out of the 8 in something earning a higher rate.
Again, you know, where's our policy that says we can't sell something before it's mature?
Not that we can't, sir. It suggests, it speaks about volatility and about investing things through their maturity. Be happy to send a copy of the investment policy, and should the directors want to revisit it, there are some obviously bounds on how public funds can be invested, but there are elements included in the policy in its current form that exceed the legal requirements out of an abundance of caution, and that's certainly something we could place on a future agenda should the directors choose to revisit that item.
So let's all remember how present values work. When you buy something and it has a maturity that, you know, and if the price happens to go down, the value of the dollar you're getting at the end of that time has also gone down by exactly the same amount. So because he doesn't have the same purchasing power anymore, that's the reason it went down. And when you have 3-month bills, unless the Fed does what they did back in, I don't know, was it you know, last year, when things happened very quickly, and they raised their rates a lot. You know, I don't think anybody thinks they're going to raise the rates another 4 points. So the risk of buying, especially 1-month T-bills, which have a lower interest rate, is effectively zero. And it's treasuries, for Pete's sake. If you think there's something less risky than treasuries, let me know. So I don't see why we wouldn't want to invest a significant portion of our money in those. If you want to have the 3-month and earn the extra premium on it, because that, you know, that's the part that's the long-term, you know, yield maximizing investment. But you should be able to go up and you know, be within $1 million or $2 of the maximum with the rest of it if you shorten the duration. That way you can more accurately, you know, build your cushion along a curve rather than just building it as a base and having too much, you know, not enough at the beginning and just the right amount at the end.
Yes, sir.
Does the staff have a recommendation of how much should be left behind in an emergency? I mean, is it 2 million, 1 million?
I don't, sir. I think at this point, this is all new to us. So seeking, we identified that we had a vehicle through the existing county account in accordance with our existing policy. We made a purchase as a way to be consistent with what we believed was the board's intent. Seeking whatever additional input, certainly have received Director Jorgen's input, any other input that the directors choose to provide. And from that, we'll develop a more thought out approach. I should caution, however, we are not investment professionals. This is not what we're built for. And there are many other things that that the same people, Gloria and Mary, who are doing this are also doing. So there are some limits on what we're capable of as far as how sophisticated, but what we're talking about here is not particularly sophisticated. So for tonight, this was to provide the directors feedback from the sense we got from direction received last month. Give the directors a chance to provide any additional feedback from which we'll spend some more time identifying how we can maximize the return of our funds that are essentially lying latent on the books up until now, returning very low rates of return.
What you could do is do, say, like 4 on 3 months and the other $1 million month to month. Should give you the cushion.
If it's possible. I think the question
Yeah.
is possible.
And the worst case you have is you have to sell a 1-month T-bill a little bit early. There's like no downside to that.
I would say even a 3-month T-bill, right? We're so short in time. If we had to sell it a month early, I don't think we're going to lose a lot.
So if I may summarize what I believe I'm hearing is the sense that we should maximize our opportunity to put our funds in a higher bracket of return.
Right.
We can certainly work with that direction.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Mary, anything else from your report? Thank you. A little sideways there.
Thank you.
No, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
HR, Christine?
Good evening, directors.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well. This evening I am going to be talking about our current recruitments and then our employment changes. So for the current recruitments, I've got a firefighter, a paramedic, trainee and lateral open right now that is closing on 4/30/2023. Right now I've got 17 trainee applications and 2 lateral. For a fire captain paramedic promotional, that is closing on 5/30/2023. To date, I have 1 application, but we're anticipating that there is going to be 3 more coming through. It's just they usually send their applications in pretty much last minute. So and then the fuels mitigation specialist that's grant funded. I have it open and continuous at this point, but we do have an individual that is almost finished with his background investigation. So that's why I do have the position open. Once he finalizes his background check and gets his final job offer and signs it, then I will be closing the position. And then we'll be fully staffed with the fuels mitigation specialist positions. And then lastly, the project coordinator, the limited term Tunnel East Bay Hills fuel break project position is open and continuous. We're still accepting applications for that position at this point. And then in regards to employment changes, we have had 1 firefighter paramedic, Christopher Sillers. He retired on 3/30/23 with 10 years of service. And that concludes my report, unless there's any questions.
What's the timeline on the project coordinator for the Tunnel East Bay Hills fuel break? Isn't that time sensitive?
Yes and no, sir. It's time to start filling that, and we've begun shaking the bushes, if you will, to get folks that we believe might be interested to get their applications in. We're very close to the time being correct to start that work.
Okay. Isn't there 2 positions?
Yes, sir. There's the coordinator and then the assistant coordinator. Our safety officer. Our intent is to fill the project coordinator first, because that person may have someone in mind. And we would like to have them involved in the review and hiring process, since they'll be working so closely together.
And for the fuel mitigation specialists that are grant funded, besides the funding source, is the description of the positions the same for all 5 people?
Yes, with the exception of the grant funded includes slightly different language with regard to they're all limited term. In this case, a limited term with a date that position will sunset.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, directors. Go over the monthly fire prevention report. We had 4 dead tree complaints, exterior hazard complaints were 10, property transfer inspections, 102.
Sorry, I can't make it.
My other glasses. 39 past 63 failed. For the month of March, what we were able to do, we started the month with 90 assessment or properties still that had violations from 2022. Had staff go back out and inspect those. We were able to clear 22 of those 90, leaving 68 that still have issues on the property. We were able to get 10 chipping days in for the month. Tonnage estimated about 45 tons of material removed. Haven't started any of our state mandated occupancy inspections yet. Current project still working on our re-inspections, working with the team on any prescribed fire projects, property transfer inspections, chipping. We just completed the work on the Pinehurst fuel break. We finished that up. Working with finance staff to get all the invoicing and the final reports into CAL FIRE. I'll go over the Tunnel East Bay Hills fuel break, still working on that, give a little update a little later in my report. And we're really working to prep for the 2023 inspections. We're getting the new staff trained up on how to perform those inspections and our specific requirements in our fire code. Next slide, please, Marsha.
And the
Oh.
computer in front of you might be able to see that a little.
Oh, it's even worse than
Okay.
that one. Here's just a list of our violations. We still see the top three really hasn't changed. We're working and focusing on the education of those violations. Next slide, please, Marsha. Here, one thing we did do this year was we took a lot of feedback and comments from the public on our postcard. And we got a lot of negative comments. So we looked at other fire agencies throughout the state to see what they're doing. And we came up with this one. So this is replacing our postcard. This was sent out last week, so you might have already received it in the mail. And what we found in the previous years doing the postcard was most people got it and threw it away and never even looked at it. So this comes in an envelope that says abatement notice, something that grabs your attention, that it's not going to end up in the round file. And it designates the areas specific to our fire code or our exterior hazard abatement ordinance, zone 0, zone 1, zone 2. Next slide, please, Marsha. On the back of that form is what we have the requirements for each zone. So it's a methodical logical step that a homeowner can take, either starting at the exterior, 100 feet moving towards their property, or starting at the exterior walls of the property moving out. It talks about the fences, it talks about roadside vegetation, field breaks, and then the premises identification. So we've already received some pretty positive feedback on this from members of the community. Next slide, please. It was a
I was gonna make a
Yes, sir.
comment. We got ours today and well done.
Thank you, sir. That was
My wife opened it and says, thank you for the mail.
I wish I could take credit, but that was Gordon Graham, field mitigation manager.
Well,
He and the team. really
well
worked hard
done.
on that. I'll make sure I pass that on. And as you can see, the letter, it grabs your attention. Abatement notice. We didn't want violation or anything. We wanted it to be an educational opportunity, but something that grabbed the public's attention. Next slide, please, Marsha. Here is working with Chief Winokur, we came up with our 23 fire prevention priorities, what we were going to do for the year, our current priorities, where we were going to start, major evacuation routes, our large parcels, Orinda Downs, the Manzanita neighborhood. We just went through, looked at our community wildfire protection plan, identified those areas of fire pathways into our community, and are going to focus on that. Next slide. Breakdown by month, January, February was tile burning, getting the new fuels mitigation specialist up to speed, chipping as needed. March was chipping and tile burning, and then really a focus on our outreach. We're worked on the ambassador training, fire safety presentations, working with HOAs in our firewise neighborhoods. For April, we have already started our roadside inspection. We're doing some chipping, again, working on that broadcast burning. We have a letter that we send to our large parcel. We tell them, hey, here are the requirements that you're supposed to do on your parcels by June 1st. Very similar to the previous letter you saw. This will go into a little more detail with the requirements for those large parcels. Starting in June, we will begin inspecting. The requirements June 1st, we give them that little bit heads up. That letter goes out in May. June 1st, we inspect the large parcels. We do the roadside. We're going to work to do minor roads south of Ladderwasser Creek, Orinda Woods, Orinda Downs, Sleepy Hollow. July is citation follow-up, dealing with the citizen complaints. We kind of put those citizen complaints on the back burner as we focus on our priorities for inspection. Obviously, if there's a major life safety issue with a complaint, it will jump to the forefront and we'll handle it. August is, again, open citations, working through the education process with people on those, setting up for our broadcast burning. And then, September through December, trying to close any open cases that are remaining, chipping, broadcast burning, and setting up for the power burning. Next slide, please, Marsha. Update for the tunnel, East Bay Hills fuel break. We're getting ready. The rain has stopped. The roads are starting to dry out. We have our environmental consultant doing a few more surveys. We're getting ready to submit our paperwork to the state. As Deb from Sequoia was here last month talking about. Once that gets in, once we get the approval from the state, we're gonna, be going full, afterburner, if you will, getting that project started. Work on getting the project coordinator hired to really get the crews out there and start work on that. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So we still have open cases, 68 open cases from 2022. Now we're in 2023 and we're getting ready in, a month to, to end, people have to have their properties in compliance in a little over a month. So what's going on with those 68? I mean, is it getting to the point where we're going to get some citations, some hearings?
Yes, sir. We could absolutely be at that, but we have to be careful. So if we cite somebody for a violation A and we go back out there this year and it's violation B, I don't want to jump right to a citation because maybe they haven't heard about violation B. So we need to see what the violations are. But we are at that point where, hey, we've told you multiple years. Now here's your citation. We can't gain that voluntary compliance.
Okay, I know we want to handle it delicately and carefully. We don't want, 68 people here for our hearings, but, it just seems to still have them from last year when we're starting this year. It just seems a lot of work, I know, for you, for your staff as well, so.
Yes, sir.
And so, I know I've asked you this before, is, on the, e-occupancies. When I'm looking at this report, that means you didn't do any in March, but all those are all done?
No, sir. We haven't started for the 23.
But aren't those schools?
Yes, sir.
School's almost over.
Yes, sir. We can get in there any time of year. We're working to get, working with the schools to get in there. I don't like to do them in summertime because the violations aren't there. I want to see the classroom how it's set up for the students to make sure the exits are proper. And, in summertime, they move all the desks in the middle as they clean or they pull all the desks out. So absolutely, it's better for us to see it when it's in operation.
Yeah, but there's only 6 weeks left of school.
Sure, this also speaks to the, among other things, the unfilled plans examiner position and what Jeff's been doing with standing up. But it's a calendar year requirement. So 6 weeks left in school. However, there's an entire second half of the calendar year that'll bleed into next academic year during which we can conduct those inspections.
Okay,
And then of note, there's the R2s, which are the dormitories at St. Mary's.
got it.
But so I guess, you guys are the ones that set the priorities, but it seems to me keeping our kids safe is a pretty big priority, whether they're young kids or old kids. And that seems, unless maybe maybe we already know that they're close enough to code that it's okay. But in general, that seems like it ought to be a pretty high priority relative to clearing a few more, individual notices.
Jeff, what time of year did we do the e-occupancies last year?
We did them right when the kids came back to school.
So to that point, sir, that for the current academic year, those facilities have already been inspected.
Oh, okay.
And so the cycle then would have, as we got into academic year 24, calendar year 23, the second half of the year, we'd get back out and we would have, rather than having 2 looks during the same school year.
Got it.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
And just Fire Marshal Isaacs, one other question. So on the new fuel break that we're doing, are we planning on potentially hiring the same kinds of people, the crews, the professional crews that go fight fires when it's fire season to do this work again?
So there's a little bit of a change from the last time we did this, where in 2019, the economies had not sprung up around this type of work, and there simply were no local crews to hire. That significantly changed. We have contracts with 3 local providers where we issued an RFP. The board awarded open contracts to 3 local providers who include hand crew work as well. We also have less hand crew work planned for this project based on the lessons learned from 2019. But we are not currently planning to bring in an out of area provider Mostly because of the cost and the requirement to house them somewhere, as we did at the Russell Reservation last time. But the 22 person crew on the last project was running us approximately $23,000 a day. With local crews, it's much more economical to hire the folks who live in the local area.
Those guys are very hardworking.
They were amazing, sir. They were fearless in that Poison Oak as well. I'm sorry if I may. Jim Call tells a funny story about came back, he was shaking. He said a man almost died today. And a large, like the size of your arm, thing of poison oak was under tension. It was cut. It sprang free as it did. It sprayed poison oak juice everywhere. He ended up in his eyes, and as he was stumbling backwards, he was stumbling towards the chipper.
Oh,
Somebody jumped on him like it was diving on a grenade. So there's some elements that we learned from as well. That is part of the things that inform why we'll minimize the amount of pure hand crew work we have on this project.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. And next slide, please, Marcia. Good evening, directors. For the operational update, on March 22nd at approximately 1000 hours, MOFD crews responded mutual aid into Lafayette for a kitchen fire in an ADU. Crews worked seamlessly when the interagency response. Fire was confined to the room of origin. The cause remains under investigation. To the point earlier, sir, about radios and so forth, these are some of the benefits of everyone in the county being on a single system where we seamlessly, with a boundary drop, we send the closest resources to the incident. Next slide, please. On March 27th on Wildcat Canyon Road, as a result of heavy rains, there was a significant road closure. You'll note when Marquardt took the picture with the drone that the K-rail is now collapsed. Several hours earlier, the K-rail had been sitting on the intact asphalt. Additional asphalt has pulled away. The road remains closed. There's a single lane that's open, however, it's not open to vehicle traffic due to concerns with vibration causing additional. There's significant undercutting of that as well. As a result of that closure, we've been working with the city of Berkeley to provide responses into Tilden Park if we experience a delay, as our primary access up Wildcat Canyon remains closed.
can bicycles get by?
The road's closer.
Roads.
Are they going to fix that in time for fire season so we can have reasonable responses and evacuations and things?
Well, it's not there's no scenario under which residents of the fire district would use that for evacuation, sir. For response up into the SRA lands in Tilden Park, Wildcat Canyon, and the other areas up there, it's unclear how long county roads will take, but we remain in contact with them and we'll pass along any updates. We also obviously 24 to Fish Ranch is our alternate means of making it up into those areas, or El Toyanal and across the Bailey Bridge. On this next slide, on April 1st, our crews completed interagency confined space drill at East Bay Muds plant as part of some ongoing project work they have going. This included Contra Costa County Fire, the contractors that are doing the work, and MOFD members. Great opportunity to get out and to work with some equipment that doesn't come out very often on a heavy industrial site. Next slide. Second phase of this was held at April 4th, or on April 4th, out of the Brunis Reservoir. They're doing amount of work. We're able to insert a mannequin into the confined space associated with the pumping plant, and then use a variety of equipment and techniques in conjunction with the contractors on site to extract the simulated victim. These are done in anticipation that while they're carrying out confined space permit entry required work, that if someone gets stuck in one of these places, we don't want to be trying to figure out something that complex and that unique. On the fly, this is done so that not only are our members aware of the conditions, but that we have established a relationship with ConFire, who are bringing specific technical rescue specialists to the problem. There's next slide with a picture of the interagency effort there. Next slide, please. We've got some new extrication equipment, got a number of cars. Crews were able to be very creative about creating a scenario that required use of multiple adjuncts to execute technical rescue to remove a dummy from the car. As you heard reported during the last several months, when we've had some significant traffic accidents along Highway 24, to include a car off the ground wrapped around a tree with an occupant. These are useful skills that are very realistic for the conditions crews encounter on Highway 24, particularly around the rainy season. Next slide, please. On April 9th at 15:15, crews responded to the Caldecott Tunnel for a report of a fully involved vehicle fire. Here you see the tunnel with the fans operating, evacuating the smoke from the fire. Next slide, please. This is from Caltrans cameras inside the tunnel. You'll see the way in which the smoke is being evacuated very quickly in a way that keeps it away from the vehicles that are trapped behind it. This is a specific engineering feature of the tunnels that have multi-directional fans, so that Caltrans can put the fans in the system that will, or in the direction that will move the smoke away from people who are impacted. This is a multi-agency response, with Oakland coming from the west and MOFD coming from the east, and then the Caltrans Control Center operating as a coordinating element, since they have information from those cameras, know where the issue is. This is a significant event. Putting out a car fire is difficult under any circumstances. Putting out a car fire at the boundary line between the seam, if you will, between two agencies inside a tunnel, with all of the things that go along with that during a busy time of day with significant civilian traffic in the area. This is a very complex, very challenging fire to which crews responded remarkably. Next slide. Very timely. On April 15th, we had a pre-planned exercise with Oakland and CHP in the Caldecott tunnels. This is part of a series of ongoing evolutions where we continue to work to build the relationship between the three entities to make sure we fully understand the engineered features that were built into the tunnels, built into the new tunnels, and have been retrofitted in some of the older tunnels to ensure not only firefighter safety, but prevent occurrence of the previous fatality fire that occurred in the tunnel. This was yet another opportunity for us to refine that relationship. And the next slide. On a happy note, Truck 44 assisted the Boy Scouts in Moraga with hanging a new halyard on their flagpole. The truck was able to make access to the top of the flagpole to run through. The alternative, I suppose, would be to have one of the Boy Scouts climb it. So this was a much preferred way to resolve that issue. That concludes the operational report. Thank you, Marcia.
Okay. Move on to the consent agenda.
We need to take public comment on the
Okay.
announcements. I'm just checking if we have any hands. We do not
Any-
have any hands raised.
Okay. All right. Consent agenda number 9, anything that any of the directors want pulled? Have questions on? Then we'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So
So
we have
moved.
one member of the public who has posted a chat from Jonathan Goodwin requesting item 9.2 be pulled.
I didn't hear that.
Jonathan Goodwin requested item 9.2 to be pulled.
Can a member of the public do that?
No.
No, yeah, the answer is no.
Okay.
I mean, that isn't to say,
Obviously, the board could
Yeah,
at its
I'll-
request pull it.
I'll request that it be pulled.
Okay, then I'll entertain a motion on 9.1, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5, 9.6.
So moved.
Second.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
Director Jex.
Aye. So 9.2,
We had a member of the public who wanted to respond,
question.
have a question on it or respond to it, so I pulled it to give him the opportunity.
Jonathan Goodwin,
Yeah, if the member of the public isn't allowed to do this, then we're not allowed to make public comment on the consent agenda, which doesn't sound right to me, but I'll let other people worry about that for now. I had sent in a letter to directors suggesting that they in preparation for reviewing the standards of coverage, in fact, in preparation for requesting a standard of coverage report, in other words, requesting the details, become more familiar with district operations. And so I thought, well, I guess I should probably do that myself since I'm suggesting that to them. So I just looked into this and found a couple of things. One thing's not of great importance, but really caught my eye was that in the incident totals, EMS 169 incidents, structure fires 1. And there were other things, miscellaneous and vehicle accidents, but 169 to 1 struck me as quite the ratio. But the thing I wanted to bring up is below that, and it's about the EMS response in Orinda. And where it says, March 2023, Orinda EMS response reading across, median response time is 6 minutes. Now, if I have this right, and I'm confident someone will correct me if I don't, the NFPA recommendation is 5 minutes, and we're at 6 in Orinda. In Moraga, it's well under that. It's 4.12. And then the response time, 90th percentile in Orinda, is 9 minutes, 26 seconds. And again, if I have this correct, the NFPA recommendation is 9 minutes, 20 seconds, which is kind of close, but it's over. And there was a time, historically speaking, as an elderly person, when, the board actually paid attention to these sorts of things. And times have changed, things just change over time. How about that? So I thought it was worth bringing this up. And this is what I was referring to when I was not intending to insult Director Jorgens nor anybody else. But if the response times are over the NFPA recommendations, if I'm correct in this, then I would say that needs a little bit of attention. Also, last thing I want to say about this, it gives stats for Lafayette, which is okay, but it's actually not in the fire district, as everybody knows, does not give stats for the SRA areas, such as was just being discussed. I guess there's no point discussing up Wildcat Canyon Road anytime soon, but out the Dam Road in Canyon, Bollinger Canyon, wherever else.
And that concludes the 3 minutes.
It might be extra staff time to do that, I guess, but it would be interesting to be able to compare, especially if you're already doing Lafayette. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
That's my comment to that, Jonathan, would be just because it's in the consent agenda doesn't mean the board doesn't read it and that we don't care about it. It just means that it wasn't necessarily high on people's priority to have to discuss it. And I don't think the response times in Orinda have ever been, as to my knowledge, in the NFPA guidelines, because the fire station is in a bad location, and the part of Dalewood that's in the far north is just a long way from the fire station. And there's, it isn't a staffing issue, it's just a geography issue. And until we decide to do what Confire does and have ambulances stationed in places other than in fire stations, it's not going to be able to get fixed.
I just want to make one more comment, is that I appreciate your correspondence to the board and the link for the Berkeley Standards of Coverage report. I started reading through it, and it'll help us when we do ours. Thank you.
Yeah, but Berkeley has a lot of issues. I read through it a lot, and they have a lot of issues that we don't have. They have, so
Understood, but I still found it interesting. I hadn't read one before, really. So
yeah, our last one was pretty good to read too.
Okay, take a motion to approve 9.2.
So moved.
second.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Jack.
Aye. Okay.
Regular agenda, item 10.1.
Good evening, directors. At the March board meeting, the board directed staff to bring a future agenda item to adopt a policy to prohibit future use of the financing corporation. Two versions of the resolution and policy were published with the packet and the amended packet. Staff recommends adoption of the amended version of the resolution 2308 and the amended policy. This concludes the staff report.
Any questions by any of the directors?
No.
I'll make one quick comment, so just so the public all knows why this is a problem. In 2016, this was a way to do an off-balance sheet financing that was, to keep the debt off of MOFD's books because we weren't consolidating this entity at that point. That's exactly what Enron did. And we see what happened to Enron. We see the folks that went to jail for that. And so this is a way to have the proper public disclosure of the obligations that we have. And now the GASB rules have changed and we are now required to consolidate this. So there's no reason to have a separate organization that does this. We already have an obligation. There's no reason to make it go away. But the reason it happened in the first place, in my opinion, was something that was cheating the public out of full information. And now that the GASB is caught up and make them do what most what all public organizations do. And so it's very appropriate that we don't use this. It doesn't do any good to use this entity anymore to do our financing.
Entertain a motion,
We need to invite comments.
public comment.
And we do not have any hands raised, and I've not received any written public comment.
Okay,
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 23-08.
Second.
Invite public comment on the motion. We do not have any hands raised.
okay.
Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jorgens.
Aye.
Director Jex.
Aye. 10.2.
Good evening, directors. The Q3 financial update has been prepared. The updated projections through Q3 project a general fund surplus of $694,000. Next. General fund revenue is projected less than budget, $227,000, due to ambulance revenue less than budget, $357,000. The decrease in ambulance revenue is due to fewer transports in February and additional write-offs in Q3. The ambulance revenue decrease is offset partially by a projected increase in investment earnings due to recent board direction to purchase the UST bill and go beyond WAVE. So the district is definitely seeing increased interest earnings from that decision. Expenditures on the right side are projected less than budget, $419,000, primarily due to overtime and retirement contributions less than budget. Next slide. This graph reflects general fund revenue by month, which is trending appropriately. This graph shows general fund expenditures by month, which are also trending appropriately. I'll draw your attention on the ambulance graph to February 2023, the blue bar. You can see we experienced a decrease in the number of transports in February, and we had an increase in the write-offs, which has caused a decrease in the revenue. Strike team surplus of $437,000 is still projected for this fiscal year, and that's no change from the last update, which was the mid-year review. This graph details monthly cash flow. The district started the fiscal year with $18.7 million in unrestricted cash and investments. The cash and investments balance at March 31, 2023 was $15.2 million. The district started the fiscal year with 15.1 million in general fund unrestricted fund balance. The projected surplus would increase the unrestricted fund balance to 15.8 million, which exceeds the fund balance minimum policy of 17% and would be less than the policy goal of 50%. The capital projects fund has a surplus of 2.9 million due to the transfer from the general fund of 3.1 million. The debt service fund still has the deficit, and the tunnel East Bay Hills fuel break has a projected surplus of $51,000 due to the 12% administrative fee. This is the last slide. Staff has provided 3 quarterly updates this year and will do the 4th one at the end of the fiscal year. This concludes the presentation.
Any questions on item 10.2? Okay, then,
I just wanted to thank the staff for, all, not only this report, but the other financial reports in this agenda. They're very thorough and they've matured greatly since the last few years, I think. It's readability wise. For me personally, I just talk for myself.
thank you, Gloria Ann. Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
First, let's go ahead and invite public comment.
By public comment,
And we do not have any hands raised.
okay.
And then we can take pause for a 5-minute break.
Yep.
It- It is 8:59.
Okay, we'll move on to item 10.3.
So I have two slides for the long range forecast. The long range forecast was reviewed in detail at the March board meeting. The board directed the changes listed on the slide, beginning with revenue on the left. The first change was that grant revenue was removed from the general fund. The second is the vehicle charges portion of strike team revenue was moved to the capital projects fund. This resulted in $100,000 less strike team revenue in the general fund and increased revenue in the capital projects fund. Now, looking at expenditures on the right-hand side, the board directed two changes. The first was to increase the residential fuels mitigation home hardening grants to $500,000 in each year.
I'm sorry, I just want to pause for a moment. I just want to make sure Director Jorgens returned. Director Jorgens?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. Yes, sorry. I did mute.
Okay, good. Thank
Sorry.
you. So the first change was to increase the grants to 500,000 in every year. And then the second was for the Station 41 admin rebuild project, $1 million of expenditures was moved from fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 2024. So finally, and this is key part because this was part of the discussion during the budget item, subsequent to the last board meeting, Cesara released updated 5-year employer cost projections that reflect the 2022 investment earnings of minus 10.6%. The updated projections from Cesara are listed on the slide and were used to calculate the pension costs in the updated forecast. So, and just to put it into perspective, okay, so on that very part, it says Cesara projections include the investment. Okay, the first one is actual. Okay, so let me put that actual rate. The actual rate for fiscal year 2024 for Cesara is 80.80% for the safety 3 at 50 tier. And that actual 80.8% rate was used to prepare the budget for fiscal year 2024. And that rate has been set and it will not change. Then the next year, because of this huge big loss, the next year, the Cesara's actuary is projecting that 80% rate will increase another 6.65% to bring it to 87.45%. Then the next year, another 3.58, which would take it to 91%, and then to almost 95%, and then 98%, and then 99%. So it's basically significantly increasing as we would expect due to that significant loss. So I'll pause. Are there any questions with that?
When you're talking about percent increase,
No, sir. It's the percentage of payroll. So that's how we pay Cesara. So for instance, if a person has a pensionable pay of $10,000 for the month, then we pay on a monthly basis. And for a safety person, we would have to pay Cesara another 80% of the $10,000 of pensionable income.
So we are getting up to almost 100% dollar for dollar.
Correct.
Yeah. Oh, so we're going over 100%.
so the implication of those changes, how does that translate into what we will see in terms of fees that we'll be paying?
Right. So then that will basically, let's go to the next slide. Okay. So I use those rates in the long range forecast. All right. And this is what would happen to fund balance. Okay. This would be unrestricted fund balance the next 10 years. Okay. You can see it would dip down, right? So you can see that it would go down to let's see, let me get the low point.
5.
Regular salaries are $11 million.
Right.
For the year, 2023. So just, you added it up.
Somebody in the background needs to talk into a microphone, please.
Sorry, for context, the permanent salaries are about $11 million. So if you add up those percentages there as a percent of $11 million.
So what's the current percent again?
80.8.
80.8 for 2024?
Correct.
Okay.
So that would increase our payment to Sarah's
Correct.
Yes, sir.
each year.
Our normal payment, yes. Sir.
Just
Well, and that's just the normal payment. The unfunded part of it, you know, is also going to be going up.
No, that's all included in the rate, the 80.8%, which is the baseline. That includes the normal cost and the unfunded liability.
Assuming they meet their performance.
Is UAL's backward looking, and that's where they make up the difference.
So the actuaries, tell me again that
We still don't know what the unfunded pension liability is, our share.
Well, that's estimated by the GovInvest software, and that's in these calculations.
No, but I'm talking from Ceres.
Right. So they give it to us once a year, December 31st basis. That's every year they measure it then, and they give it to us in the following October.
no, but it doesn't include that year's numbers. It's always at least a year out of date. It's never within 10 months.
So that was another part in the staff report. That was a question that was asked at the last board meeting, was about, how dated are the Cicera returns? So I included that in the staff report as well. And they said, let me find it in here. They said it's within 1 month. So
What's within 1 month?
the investment returns. Let me find it. Here we go. Here we go. This. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to look for it. I'll find it in the net, my.
See, the number, Gloria Ann, that I'm looking for is the number that we disclose in the footnote in the pension thing, where we have what it is, the middle column, and to the left, it's 1% lower returns. That's a 30 million hit to the unfunded pension liability. So the number that we book in our financial statements, that's the number I'm asking about.
Right. So we get that once every year. And so we have it. The most recent that we have is December 31, 2021. And we got that in October, last October. And so then this October we'll get.
So that number we will have for the financial statements that currently are being prepared or will be prepared in another couple months.
No, it's going to be as of December 31, 2021.
So
this 10 point whatever number that they gave us that we know is for sure is based on December 31st, 2021. So 15 months ago, 16 months ago's numbers. Is that right?
So the fiscal year 2024 rates are based on the 2021 numbers. So that's the 80.8. And then these 5-year projections that are updated are updates based on the interest return of 2022 with the minus 10.6.
It can't be. This is 2023, right? It is a fact that they do not know what their returns are in 2022. It's just plain a fact. They do not know it. And if they're telling you they know what their returns were in 2022, they're just lying to you because they don't know yet, because the people that they've invested in haven't told them yet. You can't look it up on a stock exchange. It just doesn't work that way. Their private equity investment, a huge percentage of their portfolio is private equity, and they have no idea what they have earned on that portfolio, and they aren't going to know until October of this year.
So if I may, we have a letter received from Segal on March 24th. We'll be happy to provide to the directors that was the basis of the elements Gloria Ann included in the staff report. And certainly would give the board the opportunity to review that. And if the board wants to, certainly we could find if there's an opportunity for us to ask questions about the methodology or the assumptions included in the report. But I don't disagree. I don't know enough about how Cicera operates to agree or disagree with your statement, sir. I would ask that we take a look at what they provided and then frame any follow-on discussions or any follow-on questions we have for Cicera or Segal on the basis of that email.
But again, I'm just telling you, because for the part of their portfolio that's invested in bonds and stock, in public stocks, it's really easy to do that. I absolutely agree they can do that. But anything they're doing for the part of their portfolio that's invested in private equity, they get those private equity returns like everybody else in the world in September and October of the year after the year end. In other words, they're always 9 or 10 months late, 9 months late.
So bottom line, when we go to prepare our financial statements, we're not going to have numbers that reflect their poor performance in that report we got of the negative 10% return, 4% return for 4 year. The impact of that on the unfunded pension liability, they will not have given it to us. Or they will.
It's
The
all based
private
on a
equity-
point in time. So I can share the reports. So Sarah's with their auditors, they issue a GASB 68 compliant report every year. So and that's what goes into our audited financial statement.
So that will go in, the one you got last October will go into our financial statement we're getting a draft of this
For
week.
23, not
Yeah.
22.
Yeah, which one does it go into?
Okay, so here it is. This is Sarah GASB 68 report. It's as of June 30, 2022, which is the audited financial statements that we will bring next month. It uses a measurement date of December 31, 2021.
So that will not reflect their poor performance for that year.
Correct, because it'll be as of 2021.
That leaves us the only, well,
It's always 18
We
months
have
behind.
such
It's always been
significant
18 months
number.
behind.
when you have a significant number and you know it's wrong, when you put it in your financial statements, I have a real tough problem in signing off on that. Without
The trouble is,
certain
it's-
kind of disclosure to the public that these aren't good numbers.
Right, and that came up at the audit committee meeting that we
Right.
had. And so, yes, I have told the auditor, I gave exactly what you said at that audit committee meeting, that you wanted a note disclosure regarding the investment loss. And so you'll see that in the draft of the audited financial statements that you
Right.
received.
But I should just point out that in this letter we'll forward along, and I quote, "This update also reflects an estimated net market value investment return of about minus 10.5 in 2022, which is noted to be 17.25% less than the 6.75 invested assumed return." So they're including their 2022 performance estimated. I think they're very carefully caveating that this is not, but there is the 2022 performance is being included in the update.
Is
that was
included,
provided.
okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Now, I don't disagree with the statement made by Director Jorgens because I don't know enough about the topic, but there may be elements specific to private equity and so forth, which are not included. The language, however, that they use is this is using estimated market value investment return. So I don't know the methodology that went into that. We could certainly explore more detail from them if that's available as of interest to the board.
Yeah.
But their statements reference real numbers for 2022 to some degree.
Okay.
So this concludes the presentation.
Okay. As for any comment by the public?
Well, I guess I have a couple more questions if we could. So on the long range financial forecast, we just got new data. I think you just said that we found out in the last couple of days it's like a $13 million true up that we're going to have. Not all that's true up, but it's the second payment. Is that reflected both in the long range financial forecast now, so it's changed a lot? Because the soft copy we got came out roughly a week ago. Was it in those numbers?
So are you talking about the property tax revenue? Is that what you're talking about?
Yep.
Right. So yes, the property tax revenue is all reflected in here. Yes.
Okay. And so the soft copy that the chief sent out last week, did that include all of that also or not?
Yes, it did.
And did it include the moving of the $1 million also? The capital charge $1 million from one year to the next?
The 500.
Page 41, capital.
Yes. It does. The
Okay.
$1 million is reflected in 2024 now for this Station 41 project.
Okay, and it obviously was included in your budget for earlier tonight.
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, directors? Any public comment? Question?
We do. We have one hand raised.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes. This is Daniel.
Yes, this is.
Yes.
Thank you, Board of Directors. I was wondering if we could back it up to, I have a few questions just regarding that previous slide with the graph with the unrestricted fund balance. I was wondering if we could go back and look at that real quick.
Yes.
Thank you. My question as far as the unrestricted fund balance. So this is talking about our general fund, unrestricted fund balance.
So the unrestricted fund balance is the general fund and the capital projects fund.
And the capital projects fund. So irregardless of what happens in our pension rate stabilization fund, and I understand the lag with Cicera and stuff like that, but from what I gather from the way that this was created, this graph was created, it's at least doing its best to anticipate or adjust for the negative 10% investment that they got in 2022. And even including that in what they're saying, which, you know, again, these numbers, are they coming from, is this graph projected from Cicera, or is this graph projected from our the software we use to do our financing, that our unrestricted fund balance, and again, forecasting out this far out is murky at best, not saying it's exactly accurate what's going to happen, but regardless of what happens, regardless of our pension stabilization fund, our general unrestricted fund balance is, 10 years from now, somewhere around $50 million based off this forecast.
That's correct. I think the other part, obviously, that requires context is as a percentage, because the district's revenue and district's expenditures will go up as well. So the growth in the amount of unrestricted reserve ought to be viewed in context with it as expressed as a percentage relative to our general fund revenue and expenditures.
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously at 2033. We're not going to have the same $32 million budget that we currently have.
Correct.
Okay, and just real quick, is this Cicera's graphs kind of projected out, or this was using the software we have? I forget what it is, the GovIt or whatever it is.
To clarify, this is unrestricted fund balance. So this is all funds or all elements of our general fund and the unrestricted fund balance. So the Cicera payments and contributions to the Pension Stabilization Trust Fund, operating expenses, capital purchases, et cetera, all of those are, we anticipate, obviously, to your point earlier, it is certain that 10 years from now, things will not play out exactly as projected here. But the unrestricted fund balance, while pension contributions are a component to district outflows to our expenses, that's only one of many components that include payroll, purchases, operating expenses, and anticipated growth in revenue over time.
Yeah, I think the other thing I would say is most companies, most business, most public entities, all kinds of people, this is not either the GovInvest or Cicera, by the way. This is just our long-range financial forecast. It's not that those other two entities provide inputs to this, but this is our own Excel spreadsheet that does this, not somebody else's spreadsheet. And, we never end up seeing these unrestricted balances. Every year we do the long-range forecast. And if you look beyond, other than for capital kinds of things, if you look beyond sort of maybe 2027, all of it is incredibly inaccurate, I guess I would say, by definition. Longer range forecasts never come out. And I'm sure if you go back and look at the last 10 years worth of the forecasts that we've had, they all are, they get a little bit better, but they never get that much better ever, because other things happen that make the money go away. So, it just doesn't, it's like returns on public companies. They, everybody predicts they're going to make huge amounts of money, and unless they have a monopoly on something or a patent, it never happens. They all end up earning roughly a reasonable rate of return over the long term. And the same thing happens with this. We just don't end up with those kinds of reserves because there are other calls on the money before that's allowed to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just an added comment. If you look at the long-range forecast, the one last one we had, I think you pointed it out, Gloria, and maybe one of your thing. For the next 6 years, we still don't hit the 50% goal of having in our general reserve fund 50% of revenues. So 6 years on the chart there, if you go out 6 years, you're still not hitting the objective of having a 50% of revenue in reserves, general fund reserve. We're in the high 40s or mid 40s. And that's largely because of the capital expenditures that we're making.
Yes, sir. I'd also point out a significant element of the current growth to those numbers is associated with the deferred capital projects that had been planned in 2020 and were deferred due to uncertainty around COVID. So we have deferred needed projects, and some of that has contributed to the growth of our unrestricted reserves.
Right.
So Daniel's requesting to speak again.
Okay. Any public comments?
Daniel?
Yeah, I just wanted to make one other comment in regards to the statement about not reaching our 50% reserves. Part of our budgeting, what we do in the long range financial forecast is we budget for 57 line personnel. We're currently down lower than that. We are at 49 in hopes of getting this next one out of Academy, getting us to 50, which still has us one behind. There's a significant lag time in hiring people. We've struggled to hire with injuries, this, that, whatever. I can't tell you the last time that I can't remember the last time that we were actually at 57. So kind of in that sense, yes, there's an additional overtime that goes with having less additional overtime expenditure that goes with having less personnel, but there's much bigger significant savings that happens with hiring less and just paying overtime without the pension costs and stuff like that. So although you project out in the long range financial plan has the benefit salaries of 57 personnel, and then we never get that. So every year we budget for a certain amount of surplus in our revenue, on our unrestricted revenue. Well, it's going to be higher than what we budget for because we never hire the amount of firefighters we budget to hire, which goes towards why, yeah. And
that's why we have an excess every year. We've discussed it at a number of meetings that's been our philosophy. As I understand it, we discussed it actually, I believe, at our last meeting, that was exactly what our philosophy was never to actually hire all the way to 57, because as I understand it, it's actually desired that people like to have a certain amount, a reasonable amount of overtime. So you're right, it is a savings to the district, and it is, at least viewed by some, as a benefit to the firefighters, that they get to earn, they have opportunities to earn overtime. And you're right, that leads to a systematic over budgeting in that respect. But that's why we end up often many years, like I think we will this year, with a $500,000 to $1 million surplus at the end of the year.
Yeah, and I agree. And I just make the statement as far as when you project out and say we're not going to get to our 50%. Well, it's pretty. There is a way that we get to 50% even within the forecast, because we purposely know we're going to have a surplus every year that we're not showing in the forecast. Just want to make that statement.
Well, it only happens once. You don't get to count it every year, but okay.
Well, but every year we are budgeting or forecasting to hire 57 and knowing that we're not. It's not guaranteed it's going to be $500,000 or whatever it is, but if you budget higher than you're going to spend, not foreseeing any drastic unforeseen things, it's pretty clear that your surplus is going to be higher than what you project.
Okay. Any other comments?
Thank you.
We do not have any more hands raised or received written public comment.
Okay, we'll move on to 10.4.
Good evening, directors. At the March 15th, 2023 regular board meeting, the Fire Prevention Program Ad Hoc Committee requested information on expanding the home hardening grant program to include gutter guards. As part of the fiscal year 2023 budget process, the MOFD Board of Directors approved implementing a $500,000 home hardening grant program. This program is open to all residents within MOFD's jurisdiction for the current fiscal year ending June 3rd, 2023. Attachment A is included. Currently, the home hardening grant program reimburses for ember-resistant vents not to exceed $1,000 per parcel or in-kind materials the district provides. The improved reimbursement guidelines are limited to the purchase of materials, installation, or other labor costs are excluded, and eligible projects are limited to methods approved for ember-resistant construction in accordance with the standard identified in Section 7A of the California Building Code or R337 of the California Residential Code. A comprehensive list of these vents is available to the public via the Office of State Fire Marshal's Building Material Listing Category 8165. For residents who prefer in-kind materials, MOFD distributes on request bushfire 1/16 inch mesh and 7.5-inch width for residents to install. We've also purchased a number of 3-inch retrofits for round vent holes. In response to board direction, staff has been researching the addition of acceptable gutter guards for the home hardening grant program, as this item is not included in the materials and construction methods approved for ember-resisting construction with a standard identified in Section 7A of the Building Code or R337 of the CRC. The relevant portions of the CBC and CRC do not provide standards for gutter guards, and no products are included in the building material listing service. In the absence of listed products, staff conducted research on various available gutter guards. This research determined that all metal gutter guards are inherently fire resistant and recommended adding these items to the program. As with mesh for retrofitting vents, staff believes economies of scale can be achieved through a bulk purchase of these items by the district. In fact, we've engaged several vendors and have identified an opportunity to make a bulk purchase at very competitive pricing. Noting that the existing program was established with two elements that were restrictive in nature. One was that grants be limited to vents, and that vents or mesh be on the approved listing service so that we would not be subsidizing non-compliant vents. As referenced in the staff report, since there is no equivalent standard and there is no building material listing service version for gutter guards, staff would recommend, if the board continues to have interest in expanding this, that we expand this as an in-kind grant, as an in-kind expansion of the grant program, so that we are not, staff is not sifting through applications for a cash reimbursement when there is no standard we can reference. The concern would be that we would inadvertently approve a combustible gutter guard such as plastic or something, which are certainly sold and installed in the district. Not that we support that. So the direction I'm seeking tonight would be obviously happy to answer any questions the directors may have. And then direction regarding two elements. One is to expand the program to include gutter guards. And the second is any direction the board may choose to provide with regard to limiting it to in-kind, or whether or not it'd be in-kind or cash reimbursement for qualifying projects. It's worth noting that we've had a very, very small number of cash requests, and we've had a significant number of in-kind requests. So I believe that it would be consistent with the demand signal the program is generating the district to make a bulk purchase of metal gutter guards and then distribute those as in-kind. If someone were carrying out a project that done by a roofing contract, something like that, we could provide the gutter guards to them and their contractor could install it, versus them presenting us a portion of the bill that they paid the contractor to purchase gutter guards on the market and then install them. I'd be happy to answer any questions and seeking the board's direction.
Any comments?
I guess my question is, and I don't know about gutters maybe, but are all gutters standard?
3 and 4 inch, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So we would have two different sizes, but we would just be able to. Okay.
Yes, sir. If we encountered, if someone has particularly unique gutter, I believe I have the discretion to address that on a case by case basis, that we could figure something out. But 3 and 4 inches are the standard gutter widths, and the gutter guards are compatible with both of those sizes. And the team installed it. We actually had a district volunteer recently that suffered a significant injury, and the team went out and installed a set of these on his house as a demo and confirmed that these work well. They're easy to install, and they are the industry standard that are being used in the area.
And second thing on the program, would the $1,000 limit still apply? I assume we would keep a limit on the amount of in-kind.
Oh, yes, sir. That's an awful lot of,
Yeah,
they're
that's a lot. Okay.
$1.50 a linear foot. So they're,
Okay. The big house.
it'd be a lot of. I mean, yes, sir. The limitation more with in-kind, our concern with distributing there really has to do that these are things that end up being sold somewhere for a profit, and we do that with the address verification.
Okay.
You know,
So-
I would just say that since there's no standard on, on these gutter guards, I mean, I look at my neighbor who has gutter guards and they're just laying all over the roof. They're not even in the gutters after these rains. Because I can see down on this other roof. I'm a little skeptical, actually, of a gutter guard program. I think the vent program is good. You know, I just don't know. I just don't know at this point if I can support it without having the standard, without having the verification that they're actually put in correctly. I mean, I have gutter guards that was put in by a professional company, and they're permanent, you know, they're bolted in. I guess these aren't bolted in, right? They're just put in the gutters. You know, I've seen people use those, and I don't know that they're better than nothing. But I'm just not really sure that the fire district should be supporting this program for gutter guards.
If I can clarify,
I'm
sir,
skeptical of it.
the standard relates to the construction material, not the installation of them. These are not these are permanently installed gutter guards.
So they're bolted in?
They're either bolted or it's tension. There's multiple ways they can be installed. But the standard pertains to how they are manufactured. The installation is different.
So like the vents, they actually get like a rating, right? They're like a fire,
7A or 337. Yes, sir.
and there's nothing like that for gutter guards.
They don't exist.
So, I mean, we have them. They're normally to keep leaves and stuff from going into the gutter, right?
Yes, sir.
And so that's the fire issue
Yes, sir.
or fire safety issue.
Yes, sir. The presence of combustible material in gutters and valleys has the effect of a roof, has the effect of reducing the efficacy of a fire rated roof covering, because we're now building a fire on that roof covering. And fire has a tendency under those circumstances to find the gaps, particularly exacerbated by the fact that the envelope of a building is specifically engineered to shed water. And so everything is overlapping in a manner that something flowing down would be shed. In this case, fire is going to flow up. So the very design elements of the building envelope encourage fire intrusion. The presence of duff, litter, leaves, needles, et cetera, on a roof is correlated to increased structure loss. And in our particular case, where we're concerned about a high wind event fire in the fall, right at the moment trees are going dormant and depositing the majority of their annual leaf crop, if you will, that's right at the time that we start having exposure to fire. So as with any other portion of the home or the landscaping, maintenance in the fall months is of the utmost importance, because a parcel that was completely mitigated and fire safe on a Monday can be in a very different condition by the end of the week with high winds and things being deposited.
Okay.
And gutter guards are designed to reduce the maintenance requirements by reducing the intrusion of needles and leaves into the gutter where they could form a receptive fuel bed.
And the time you really need these is after we've done our inspections and after all the citations have been, or most of the citations have been written. And so it really, as you point out, it's a time when people are certainly worried about it, but you would have to go up and clean the gutters multiple times in the fall if you were actually going to try to keep them out, and that's dangerous and expensive and won't be done by lots of people. But having a gutter guard there, as I understand it, is one of the more important things you can do to make your house less susceptible to being burned.
How will this impact staffing?
There's obviously there's a burden to processing requests and so forth. But we figured out the ordering, receipt of the material. There's some degree of warehousing material, and then distribution of the material would be consistent with what we've been doing with the vent program, distributing the mesh. And the specialists are well versed in this at this point, and they're capable of keeping up with demand.
So the mesh program never came close to the 500,000.
Oh, no, sir. No, we at current demand rates, we have several years of mesh that we have stockpiled because it was so advantageous to order it in bulk for shipping. There was essentially a 1-to-1 shipping to purchase cost when we were buying it by the pallet. When we bought it by the shipping container, drop shipped from the manufacturer direct to San Francisco. The shipping was several $100s for essentially a shipping container versus several $100s per pallet was being shipped from Texas. So we spent approximately $50,000. That was a bulk purchase to take advantage of shipping. And we will be working through that mesh for quite some time. And we've seen, I said, 1 or 2 requests for cash reimbursement. I would assume that we would see similar demand. There would probably be a spike at first. The gutters are more expensive than the mesh. So the gutter guards are. So we probably see an increase, but the most advantageous pricing with regard to shipping for these was about a $48,000 purchase. And I don't know, but I would anticipate that would last us a significant period of time. But in the current burn rate, we will not come anywhere near to spending $500,000.
Okay.
So I think my impression would be, the first year of the program, it wasn't overly well communicated. We didn't really have people out knocking, I think there's a lot more human interaction that's happening. The city of Orinda has hired at least 1, maybe actually 2 full-time people since we started this program, that, they're starting to have people be ready to go door to door. We're going to have, much more intense, instead of just the drive-by or ride your bicycle by, with the 15-foot pole citations, we're going to be starting to do much more intense, full yard inspections on a geographic, contiguous basis, which is perfect. But along with that, the whole concept is to have, the carrot that you hand, first you go tell them you're going to be doing it, and you have our ambassadors go out and talk to people as well as our staff first, and they can go along with the grant data in addition to the advice on what to do, other things to do to make the house safe. So this is just part of a package to try to make our community safer. And it seems to me that now we're just barely getting staffed up to actually go out and communicate this. So this is a perfect time to add this. Between the vents and the gutter guards, it's going to really make the homes a lot more safe. And by the time we start doing, block by block inspections instead of more kind of random inspections, I think it's going to be a powerful program, and I'm supportive of it.
One question, just to make sure. So the amount that was spent in the last year on the mesh was enough mesh to last, like what we see out of the budget, the $60,000, that's enough to last years, right?
At the current burn rate, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Now,
okay.
to Director Jorgen's point, if we see an uptick in demand, that could change and we'll order more. But current projections is we will not be ordering more mesh in the foreseeable future. We have quite a bit on hand.
Got it. Okay, so out of the $500,000 we have for this year, we're probably not going to spend a lot of it on mesh.
We won't spend any additional money on mesh this year. If we were to see some retrofit requests for reimbursement, obviously, but we just, the sample size is too small to project anything from that. And then were the board to approve the expansion of the program to include gutter guards, it'd be about a $48,000 outflow to make a bulk purchase in the current year. And that from that, then it would be we don't know. But if the demand for the gutter guards is similar to the mesh, we potentially would have very low expenditures next year as we distributed the materials that were purchased in the current fiscal year.
So with any other comments?
I think it's also kind of politically correct for us. We've been nice and we've gotten all the relatively much of the low hanging fruit around our community by the outreach we've done so far, and all the people that already believe in all of this are the ones that have been doing it. I think when we go around and start telling people they have to move their bushes, right away from the 2-foot area of their house and really enforcing those things, there's going to be more pushback, and it's going to help a little bit, I think, to soften that response when we have more carrots to hand out in addition to sticks.
So is this for this?
What direction are you?
Yeah,
leaning?
there's an action item associated with this because while I understand the intent to expand, the specific parameters under which the program was established was limited to 7A or 337 compliant vents. If we are expanding beyond that, obviously it was something that involves expenditure of funds. I'm seeking the board's direction to do so if that's the board's pleasure. So the direction needed is whether or not we would expand the MOFD home hardening program to include distribution of gutter guards, one, and then thing two would be if the board had thoughts regarding whether that would be limited to in-kind distribution, which would be my recommendation. Should the board desire to expand the program?
Well, I wouldn't favor the cash distribution personally. I think it's appropriate to do the program similar. And again, resource constraints in terms of personnel that manage a project. I mean, this is certainly an important to the public. But at the same time, I mean, our prime responsibility consumes, I think, most of our staff time.
Yes, sir. This, from a staff perspective, I do appreciate your awareness of that. With the mesh, we physically cut the mesh to size. So the mesh is actually significantly more impactful from a staff perspective than these where we're just distributing the boxes, of counting the appropriate number and distributing the boxes and verifying addresses. I don't see this particular element being a significant increase in the staff tax we pay to service the program, sir.
Still, Director Jex, I think you're saying that you would be in favor of distributing them, but not giving a reimbursement, right?
Right.
Mhm. Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, no
I
cash,
think when
right?
you start getting into making distributions and cash expenditures, I mean, that can be a nightmare from an accountant standpoint.
I agree. I'm happy just to have it be physical stuff you hand out, but just like the mesh.
Well, possibly changing the mesh to in kind.
Oh,
Or
yes, sir.
mesh is only in kind.
Well, currently, today, the state of the program is there's a cash reimbursement or in kind. The overwhelming majority have been for in kind, and that seems to be hitting the sweet spot as far as demand signal. Should the board be interested in expanding 2 gutter guards, I would recommend that expansion be limited to in-kind distributions, because for vents, we can very simply check, is it a listed vent? Yes or no.
Oh,
On gutter guards, there's no such standard. And so that potentially becomes much more challenging to verify what exactly we're dealing with. And taken to its logical extreme, that can include going out to look at it, which is an enormous tax on the staff time.
staff time.
Do we need to do
Public comment?
any public comments?
We do not have any hands raised or received written public comment.
So does that give you what you need then?
Yes, sir.
So if we're supposed to have a motion, it says, I'll move that we include gutter guards in our grant program and on an in-kind basis. And that's it.
Thanks, sir.
I'll second that.
I would just like to add that, that, we do this for a year and reevaluate the program, see how it goes.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Well, everything, we only do budgets once a year anyway, so it's kind of already in there.
I'm sorry, Gloria just pointed out, I apologize. The current, to that point, the current grant program was approved for 1 year. So related to this would be, if it is the board's pleasure to expand, to not, the proper order be to extend the grant program, and the second discussion would be expansion. That could all be in a single motion, but if it's the board's pleasure to extend and expand, the current program will expire under the authorization given by the board last year at the end of this fiscal year on June 30th. Thank you, Clark.
Okay, I'll modify my motion and say that I move that we extend the grant program through the end of 24, and that we modify the program starting as soon as you can to include in-kind gutter guards.
And I'll second that.
You need to open public comment on the motion.
Any comment from the public?
We have one public comment.
Good evening, directors. Jacob Rolla from Local 1230. I spoke in a previous meeting, so I guess it's pertinent to speak to this one as well. I think $500,000 is egregious, even if the intent is well. I just don't think that the work has been done. And if we're considering the budget running in a $500,000 deficit, it seems like this is a good one to strike out. Thank you.
I think the good news is we're not going to have a $500,000 deficit because of the things that they pointed out in the last person that spoke.
We do not have any more hands raised, and we've not received written public comment.
Okay. We have a motion seconded.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jorgens,
Aye.
Director Jex.
Aye.
Item 10.5.
Good evening, directors. I will spare you the full reading of the staff report, other than to say, at the previous meeting, the board directed providing staff support to pursue the idea that the Orinda Fire Wise Council could be turned into a fire safe council. FireWise is NFPA's program of record for community designations. Using a trademark name in this manner is not correct, and a fire safe council would be more appropriate to the work that this group and other groups in the area are being done. Fire safe councils are organized underneath the California Fire Safe Council. In our area, there are several affiliates, primarily the Dabla Fire Safe Council, which our fire marshal sits on as a board member, which makes awards. There are now 2 new fire safe councils in the city of Berkeley, the existing Oakland Fire Safe Council that we received correspondence from, and a newly formed Fire Safe Council in West County that includes portions of the city of Richmond and El Sobrante. I spoke with representatives of the California Fire Safe Council, with the folks in Berkeley who had done this, and with our folks at the Orinda Firewise Council, have put them all together. I believe the staff report or staff work has been done. Should the local group choose to pursue fire safe council designation, we've provided the path forward. The biggest limiting factor is that a fire safe council must be a 501c3 charity. And the Fire Wise Council is not so organized. That said, they may choose to do so in the future. The application acceptance process beyond that is not much more complicated than a phone call. Be happy to answer any questions the directors may have on this topic.
So as I understand, the little bit that I've heard about this from the existing organization is that they are interested in doing it. They just have, they're having, a challenge finding people to actually do the work to file for the 501c3 and all that. But I think that is their intent, that they believe this is a good idea and that they are very supportive of that, and they are planning on moving forward.
And would it be all of I'm not Orinda, but Moraga and Orinda, or separate ones for Moraga? and
No, it'd
Orinda?
make much more sense for it to be within MOFD's jurisdiction, inclusive of Canyon and Bollinger. So all of the populated areas would be included in a single fire safe council through which grant funds from the California Fire Safe Council, the Coastal Conservancy, other folks that are dispersing funds. We've been very successful in that space, and we would likely be very successful in channeling funds to a local fire safe council that if they follow the model used by the Diablo Fire Safe Council, makes $5,000 awards with federal money passed to the state to neighborhood projects, which have had some outsized impacts in Camp Olindo and Sleepy Hollow specifically.
So this would not duplicate what the Diablo Fire Safe Council already does. I mean, if we already we're already a member of Diablo. I'm just trying to think about what the benefit is.
We're not really a member of it. We're trying to focus the resources on our particular district, where the Diablo Fire Safe Council covers a huge geographic area.
And we, what the present Orinda, what's it called? The
Firewise Council.
Firewise. They don't have to buy into this, right? I mean, they could just keep on doing what they're doing. I mean, they don't have to say, I heard Director Jorgen say they're discussing it, finding someone to do the paperwork. That's a separate organization. I mean, they're what they are. They're Orinda.
Right. This would be a new organization. Absolutely.
North Orinda mostly. So we could do this without them. We don't need them to do this, right?
We need if there's an interest in pursuing this, we would need a partner, and that partner would need to be organized and have an interest in pursuing. What the fire district is not well positioned to do is to create a community organization from whole cloth.
Okay, so the MOFD is not going to staff this.
No.
We just create.
We could not staff it. We're not creating it either. We're
All
providing
we're doing is
information.
support. We're just supporting its creation. We're, and facilitating its creation with the various agencies that already exist. It would be under their other agencies' umbrellas.
So it's going to be, if we vote to do this.
There's nothing to vote on, sir. This is an information only item.
Oh, information only. So I'm just trying to understand what our role is here.
Nothing.
Okay.
Board directed staff to provide information to a community group. Staff has done that, and this is reporting out those efforts.
Got it. Okay. That explains it. Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to invite public comment.
Any public comment on the item 5 or 10.5?
We do not have any public comment.
Okay, then I think you have
Committee reports.
what's needed. Committee reports. Audit committee, we met, and I think the material will be forthcoming, I guess, as far as the reports.
And the RFPs.
Right, on the RFPs as well.
By next meeting, you think?
Posting of the RFP.
Yeah,
Yes, it should be able to make that time.
Okay.
Also,
So I don't know, it's hard for me to hear a little bit, but 11.5, the ad hoc committee for the joint fire prevention with the city of Orinda is scheduled for May, I think it's May 4th or 5th. I think it's the 4th. It just got scheduled today.
Oh.
And the committee for investments, actually, I think we've kind of, because we can do the investment work with the county, I'm not sure we need that committee anymore.
Yeah, I agree.
yeah, I might just point out on the audit committee, we chose at that point in time not to accept any of the proposals.
Right.
And to put out a new RFP with some specifics in terms that will hopefully tailor what we're looking for.
Also, we are preparing, and we'd hoped to have it for today, but it turns out to be more complex than we had expected, revisions to your purchasing ordinance. Because what the audit committee ran into, which is a significant problem, is the way our procedures were written didn't really facilitate hiring based on qualitative judgments for professional services. And so we are going to, I hope by next time, have a revision of the purchasing ordinance. The challenge has been that the revision is dependent, based on state code, on what Contra Costa's procedures are. And it turns out that determining what their procedures are was more challenging than I had anticipated. So the law part's not that hard, but figuring out what the Contra Costa procedures are has been a little challenging.
So would that be for down under a future agenda? That would-
Yeah, so I'm hoping for the next agenda, but it shouldn't hold up issuance of a more refined RFP
Okay.
to address the committee's concerns.
All right. Ad hoc committee, any?
Nothing to report.
Not at this time, other than the stuff we just talked about a minute ago.
Right, 11.3, ad hoc committee on Station 41. Nothing to report there. No. And
And the next one, I think we already talked about the solution in this meeting, and I think, as I said, I think that I'm gonna propose that on the next agenda, we dissolve that committee.
then the ad hoc committee on the joint fire prevention, that's,
That's the one that the meeting got scheduled just today for May 4th.
okay.
So we haven't had a meeting for months.
All right, so then we're down to announcements,
We just want
future
to
agenda
open
items.
public comment for,
Any public comment on our committee reports?
and we do not have any hands raised.
Okay,
So I'll add my dissolve the investment committee to next time.
And I wouldn't, it might be helpful if for the next one, we have a discussion about the policy around the oh, no, I'm gonna forget what it was.
Investment policy?
The investment, not the investment policy, the stabilization fund
Oh,
policy.
stabilization trust fund? Yes, sir.
two things. One that was earlier referred to in another thing, that letter
Yes, sir.
in regards to,
Funding for the Oakland Fire Safe Council's efforts to
Yes.
form a regional MOU.
I'd like that on the agenda.
Yes, sir.
And then I'd also like put on the agenda to discuss one of our policies, and that is regards to the adequacy of our policy relating to the 17% with a goal of 50%. I'd like to address that policy and review it in light of what we're facing.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
You can open public comment for any future agenda items. We do not have any hands raised.
Okay.
I move we adjourn.
Before we do that,
Oh.
I mean, I'll second it, but I would like to just adjourn and second the adjournment. But I'd like to recognize Public Safety Telecommunication Week, which ended yesterday. These are the heroes behind the scene. And thank you to our dispatchers. Here you go. Tell them.
Do we have a motion and a second?
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Dorgens.
Aye.
Director Jex.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Thanks, Marcia.